And we're back. We have taken a little bit of a break in the court, but now we are back in session. We are back at trying to make Will Powers innocent. We're trying to free him of his guilty verdict. Or well, not necessarily guilty verdict, but you know what I mean. We're trying to make him not look sus. So it's time to continue that road. So if this is your first time joining us in the Phoenix Wright playthrough, we are currently dealing with the one of my personal favorite cases, the Steel Samurai case. So let's get back into it. I think we finished with our session in court, so I believe we're on our last day of investigating, but I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while. Let's find out together. And hopefully all the audio is good. I know last time my mic wasn't on, but I checked this time, and it is. That was a close one, huh, Mia?
Really? Too bad, I'm sorry I missed it.
Maya!
So, what happened?
What happened indeed, Maya? That is a good question. I don't remember what happened last time. I just know that we were in court. Yeah. That's what I remember. Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is a motive. And proof.
Wow, good going, Nick.
Under the initial trial system, tomorrow is the last day we have.
Initial trial? What's that?
That's the new court system they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. They had so many cases in the system, they decided to speed the whole process up. You know, 'cause that seems fair.
So under that system, trials have to end in 3 days? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we've no time to waste.
I agree, Maya. No time to waste indeed. Let's go see if we need to talk to Will. Ooh, I vaguely remember the voice I gave him. I think I was changing it around the last time I played too, so we'll see what happens. Mr. Wright, you did very well again. Thank you. Thanks. Could you not look like you're about to burst into tears?
Wow, Nick, you must have really wowed him in there.
And could you wipe that grin off your face?
Hey, WP, only 1 day left. Let's make it count.
Yeah, though there's not really anything I can do to help.
I'm not really sure what I can do either.
Please, this is no laughing matter. Stop laughing. All right. Could you please tell me more about Miss Vasquez? Oh, the producer? She's well respected in the industry. They say she's a genius.
A genius?
She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, nobody dares tell her different these days. Why is that? Ever since she came on board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and...
And what?
Nothing. Forget it. I've only heard rumors anyhow. Oh, well, in this game, rumors are usually pretty good. We might have to come back to that. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Manella? Oh, he used to be a minor straight-to-video director, but something in his work caught Vasquez's eyes. She brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Now everyone knows the name Sal Manella. I mean, they also would know it if, they're eating like, what is it, like raw eggs or something? So hopefully they knew that word beforehand. Anyway, I hear he's pretty much at her beck and call though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all that. I can imagine him being at her beck and call, though I can't imagine him jumping.
I was wondering about Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in the day, right? But then he just dropped off the face of the earth.
Oh,
Yeah, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started the business. But he just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he began appearing in little global productions at Global.
How could that be? Or how could he do that? I was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer.
He just gave up being a 5-star. Or he gave up being a 5-star restaurant. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, it was right when Ms. Vasquez came to Global. 5 years ago. I smell something suspicious.
Do we have anything new to present to him?
Have you seen this, Mr. Powers? What's that? I've never seen these steel samurais in my life. These are the steel samurais that appear at live shows. A fanboy collects all these pictures himself. Seeing things like this really makes me think. I mean, so much to these kids, you know? Oh, thanks for showing me that, whatever it is. I have no idea what a camera is. I wish I could think of some way to help you. Sorry.
Alright, so I guess we've shown him everything that we need to show him now. So we probably need to go to the studios. Ah, yeah, it's our girl. It's Windy Old Bag. Windy Old Bag. Alright, gotta stay hydrated. She not talking to us again?
The old windbag sure is quiet today. You know, this place is really peaceful like this. Nick, I think her guard's down.
Yeah?
I bet we could even eat those donuts at the guard station, if we wanted.
You eat, you die.
Whew, she's alive.
I was wondering about Dee Vasquez, the producer.
Oh, the studio bigwigs love her. So she always gets her way.
She seems bitter.
Do you not like the producer?
Look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, so sorry.
Can I ask you about Sal Manella, the director?
Sal? He's a soft, he's soft. A pushover. Does whatever Vasquez tells him to. She treats him like dirt. I think he likes it. Little freak.
Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? That doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick?
No, it doesn't, Maya. Stay off the internet, please. Maya, keep your innocence. About Mr. Hammer.
I heard about what you said today, cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer. You drag his star down from the sky and stomp on it. Calling him a criminal, a thief. I won't forgive this.
Oh, she's really pissed this time.
You listen to me, whippersnapper. My poor old Hammer would never do such a thing. Why would he steal Powers' costume so he could sneak by me? He would never stoop so low. It's impossible.
Ooh, yeah, she's worked up. And I agree, ergo, Maya is too young for this. And even if she wasn't, it still wouldn't be good.
Oh, also, I completely forgot to mention this during the beginning of the stream. We had a recent follow a couple hours ago, so welcome, Super Eyes. Happy to have you aboard. Oh, speaking of eyes, like, whew, she's staring at us very intently. So intent it's just the whites of her eyes.
Think back, Nick, to the day of the murder. Mr. Hammer put on the Steel Samurai costume. Then he left from here to go to Studio 2.
Right.
Oh, and hey, Batman, nice to see you again. And that's awesome. Congratulations on getting that far in Ni no Kuni. We haven't gotten that far yet ourselves, but that's awesome. Good job, dude.
But why? I wonder if someone called him, like the director or the producer.
That's a good question, Maya. Oh, it's this. It's. I almost said this Vasquez. It's D Vasquez.
Oh boy.
Hey, Nick, it's Ms. Vasquez. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Maya, you should at least try to be polite. I'm watching the clouds. So, you know, that means I'm temporarily deaf. That's all she had to say, apparently.
Excuse me. Mr. Hammer came here on the day of the murder and...
Shh.
Huh?
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm watching the clouds. I'm not interested in talking to you.
Do something, Nick. She's really ticking me off. I'm gonna slug her.
Oh dear.
Is she just gonna say she's watching the clouds with everything that we say to her? Let's find out.
Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai.
I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai.
You did it. Nick, she did it. She's the killer. My Fey blood speaks to me. I know it.
Oh dear. I was wondering if you could tell me about Mr. Manella. If you must talk about that man, perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer. By yourselves.
Right, Maya is quite angry. And I don't blame her. You know, like, say, if it was my favorite anime, so like Yu Yu Hakusho, I'd say the same thing. I'd be like, okay, they did it. Although Yoshihiro Tagashi would never be like Ms. Vasquez, so I think we're pretty good.
Oh dear.
Anything we can present to her? I doubt she's gonna really care, but
She's not even looking. Okay, hey, you, look.
Why are you showing that to me, Nick?
Alright. She told us to go talk in the trailer by ourselves, so I guess that's where we're going.
Wasn't the assistant cleaning up yesterday? Funny, it still seems pretty messy in here.
I guess she was still on a high from getting that rare card she needed.
There's nothing new in here, right? It's been a while since we've played the game, but pretty sure all this stuff is, you know, are things that we've seen. Oh, movie poster. Yeah. Doesn't really seem to be anything new here. Nothing in here that could be a clue, just some paper cups. Just in case. What do you think of this photograph? Does it make you laugh? No? Oh. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, there's gotta be something we're missing. Ooh, you know, we haven't looked at the incinerator. At least I don't believe we did last time we played. Like I said, it's been a while, so I could be forgetting something. But let's look at it anyway.
An incinerator. Apparently they just put this one in. It's already covered in soot. They must not like to clean it much.
Guess that wasn't very new. And I know we've already looked at the steak plates before.
This is where Salmonella and D. Vasquez ate. There's nothing left on the plates.
Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks too.
Something wrong?
I don't know. I'm getting this funny feeling. Something about this just feels odd, you know?
Can't say that I do.
I think I am picking up what you're putting down, Maya. Because, I mean, if they had T-bone steaks, something's missing. Wouldn't you usually leave the little T thingy in here? That's how the steaks work, right? Pretty sure we looked at this. Let's see.
A light van for moving staff and equipment around. They've kept it in pretty good shape. Looks like it'd run fine.
Well, let's go for a drive.
Sure, if I had a license.
Nick, you don't have a driver's license?
But look, I have this. It's a license to attorney.
Why are you showing me your attorney's badge, Nick? Put that away.
Oh, hang on, wait. There's the slide button. Hang on, I keep forgetting that exists. Oh, no. There we go. I think we looked at this stuff already, too. But just in case. There's some flowers here.
Wow, so pretty. They're taking good care of these.
Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this fence. Or wait, that is the dangerous thing. Never mind. Don't take the fence. These look like materials for making a movie set.
They've been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard.
Are we not going to talk about the bent part of that, though? Just gonna... No?
Oh. On closer inspection, this trailer looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think it's part of some temporary film set.
Oh, didn't mean to clicky that, but oh well. Da-da-da-da. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we looked at everything. Let's move around again. Because there really wasn't anything new in that trailer. Let's go back outside to Studio 1. We've already talked to her about everything. Should we be showing her something?
Alright, Miss Oldbag, what do you think of this?
Think? I'm not in a mood for thinking. Thank you very much. Well, I guess she doesn't care about that. Oh, the employee area. Okay. I had a feeling there was a place we hadn't checked again.
I guess they're not filming today either. I did want to see them filming. Just one time.
This trial will be over and done by tomorrow. You can come see them film later.
I guess. This is where you found that bottle of sleeping pills, right?
Uh-huh.
I wonder if there are any other clues lying around.
Ah, yeah, boy! Yeah! No.
I don't know what voice that was just now. I'm so sorry.
Hey, ya pal! No, don't touch it!
Oh gosh, my usual Gumshoe voice is taking a nosedive. It's been a while.
Yeah, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frighten you.
Didn't mean? I almost had a heart attack.
I guess I can be a little dramatic at times.
Yeah, I think we found our old gummy back. There we go.
Yeah, I suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatic indeed. Ahem. Anyway, I'm here to examine the plate on that table. Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills? Yeah, pal. Traces thereof.
Ooh, something new. That's good to hear. Tell us about the plate.
So you're looking for traces of the sleeping pills. How?
Yeah, I just was gonna lick it. For a thorough examination, I gotta take the plate back to the precinct. But I have the capabilities to make a cursory examination right here. Our science guy gave me some testing solution. This reacts to these sleeping pills, see? If they are traces, it'll change color. Science is cool!
Wow, neat! Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for?
Now, everything in due time, pal.
Oh, the suspense.
Well, the testing solution on the plate changed color, all right. So the food on this plate had been laced with sleeping pills. Looks like it.
Ooh. And if I remember correctly, the last time we were playing, in court, we were insinuating that the victim, Mr. Hammer, had drugged Will Powers, because Will Powers ended up taking a nap in his dressing room the whole time. So the theory in the trial that day was that he did that so that he could go into the dressing room and take the Steel Samurai costume. Therefore, he could, look like he was just a Steel Samurai. No one would know his identity. They don't know for what reason, but I think they were speculating that Hammer was up to something. So, let's see. What about the investigation, Gumshoe?
How goes your investigation? To tell the truth, it's a real mess, pal. Some people think we should pursue the case we already have against Powers, and some people think we should switch suspects.
What do you think, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. How is Edgeworth doing? Anyway, Mr. Edgeworth is out of control. He's crazy. He was in the waiting room and he crushed this paper cup with hot coffee in it. Whoa. Talk about burns, pal.
Wow, the fury of Edgeworth.
Yeah, crushing paper cups. That's some fury. Cups? Bottles? Say, whatever happened with that empty bottle? Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills? Well, I got some good news for you about that. They found the victim, Jack Hammer's prints on the bottle.
So that means...
Yep, it sounds like the one who put Powers to sleep was none other than the victim. So I was right.
Hang on, let's take the second to jam out to this awesome music. So good. So good. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, so we're gonna hear about Paper Cup again. Anything we can present? Should we just talk about that?
About that bottle. Oh, that? Talk about embarrassing, pal. I can't believe I missed that on my first sweep for evidence. Don't know how I can apologize to Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, well, we know what Edgeworth is gonna do. He's gonna dock your pay. As per usual.
It must be tough being a detective with all that responsibility.
Oh, blush.
He's so sweet. We stand for Gumshoe.
It looked like Will's power. It's looking like Will Powers was drugged. I'm going to go back to the precinct to do some more detailed tests.
You're being very free with your information today, Detective.
Yeah. Well, don't go telling anyone this, pal. I was kind of impressed at today's trial, too. Most lawyers would have given up after that director's testimony. I think if it had been anyone but you up there, Powers would have been done before by now.
Aww. Thanks, Gumshoe. That's very sweet of you. Let's go into the dressing room.
Oh, it's her. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just cleaning up the dressing room. I guess WP won't be using it anymore, so... What? Why? But WP's innocent! Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done, but this week is the last episode of The Steel Samurai. What? No! That's always the worst, when like your favorite show is ending. You're like, yeah, that's the last episode. Sorry.
I was wondering if I could ask you about Mr. Hammer.
Yes?
On the day of the murder, he went to Studio 2.
Huh? I thought he went to Studio 1. He stole the Steel Samurai costume, too! What? Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Oh, I guess the rumor must be true then.
Ooh, yes! Spill it!
The rumor? Yeah. So, Miss Vasquez, that producer, had some kind of hold on Hammer. She had some dirt on him.
He'd do anything, she said, apparently.
Some dirt? What dirt?
Spill the dirt! Dirt, you know, bad stuff.
I know what dirt means.
About 5 years ago,
They were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer. They were using the new studio, Studio 2. Some sort of accident happened during filming. After that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left that film set the way it was, too.
The film set? Was that trailer part of the film set then?
There's the bent part of the fence.
I wonder.
What do you mean, the last Steel Samurai? I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant. No. Also, I hear that Global Studios is going to change its programming. They're not going to make kids shows anymore. What? Why? I don't know. It's sad, but that's what Global Studios decided.
Why aren't they going to make kid shows anymore?
I mean, I just said I don't know, but the studio bigwigs don't want the Steel Samurai around anymore. They want to forget this all ever happened. They want it to quiet. Or they want it quiet. You understand? How can they just do that? What about all the kids who love the Steel Samurai? Like me! A 17-year-old girl!
Also, you know what? That dig aside, or sorry, not dig, but that joke aside, I, as a 30-year-old adult, watch plenty of kid shows, so I feel you, Maya. I do really feel you.
It's okay. I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow. No, that can't be true. If the program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Nick, say something.
Yeah. I think evidence rather than words is called for here. Here, take a look at this.
Pretty sure we're talking about this.
And this is...
A fan collected all of these photographs. The kids love the Steel Samurai. The show shouldn't be canceled just so some adults can save face. I would think you would understand that better than anyone, because you're also a huge fan. Remember we traded you that trading card before? That happened in the last stream, I think.
You're right. Okay, but what can I do?
Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me what it is that Global Studios is so intent on hiding. Tell me about this accident 5 years ago.
Okay. I'll give you the tea. The dirt tea.
Could you tell us what happened 5 years ago then?
Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently, 5 years ago, someone died, and it was Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, the producer, Miss Vasquez, managed to hush it up. And
that's the dirt she had on Mr. Hammer.
And that's why Mr. Hammer would do anything Miss Vasquez asked him to do. But it was an accident, right? Why didn't they just make it public?
Well, Maya, I don't know if you've played enough of the Phoenix Wright games, but even if you kill someone by accident, they still put you on death row. So, at least that's my interpretation of how these cases go when that stuff happens.
Well, you know, Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career if word got out. I see. You know who knows more about this? Miss Oldbag. She was here at the studios back then, you know.
Thanks. We'll try asking her. If she'll talk.
Do.
What? You're still slinking around? If you like the place so much, why don't you take over from me?
The old windbag doesn't look so good.
Everybody's doing their darndest to forget Hammer. Who do they think made Global Studios what it is today? Hammer! It's all due to Hammer. Hammer's my husbando.
She's starting to froth at the mouth, Nick. Maybe we should keep a safe distance.
I wanted to ask you about 5 years ago.
Who told? Who did you hear that from?
Huh?
Nichols.
Nichols?
Nichols. Nick. Penny Nichols. Get it? It's a money pun. That assistant we talked to.
Oh, right. Anyway, we heard about the accident. It was during the filming with Jack Hammer. He killed a man, didn't he?
Ooh, whippersnappers! How dare you talk about my husbando that way? Dredging up dirt on someone's past like that, and the recently departed no less. I suppose you think this is funny.
No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers.
And you claim that Hammer stole Powers' costume. You expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof?
Proof that Hammer stole Powers' costume? I do have proof. I'm sorry, Ms. Oldbag, but I do have proof. I can prove that Mr. Hammer stole Mr. Powers' costume. Here's my proof.
What? What's a little empty bottle supposed to prove?
It's a bottle of sleeping pills, with Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it.
What does that prove? I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. Where's your proof?
Is it the T-bones? Mr. Powers ate a T-bone steak for lunch, correct?
Well, yes, so?
This is the plate that he used to eat that steak. We're gonna sell it on eBay later. But before we do, there are traces of sleeping pill powders on the plate.
I see. Poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul.
Miss Oldbag?
Okay, you win. I'll talk. I'm tired, see? Tired of holding it in.
She just lets out a big fart. I'm sorry. I've said it before in past streams. I have the mentality of a 5-year-old. Alright, let me hydrate real quick and then we'll get serious.
Okay.
Ms. Oldbag.
You're right. 5 years ago, there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, a paparazzi took a photo of it. That photo, well, it caused quite a stir. And guess who made it all better? Vasquez. She has ties to the mafia. She silenced that paparazzi. And by silenced, I mean she probably, that was me sliding my finger across my throat, making that motion. I'm saying she probably killed that guy. Anyway, that was the beginning. After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio.
I see.
But you have to understand, poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone.
Miss Oldbag.
Hold on a minute.
Poor Miss Oldbag.
Here, take this.
A photograph? Wait a second. This is the
This is the picture.
Is this the trailer? In Studio 2?
Hammer was supposed to fight with the bad guy on the top of those stairs. He pushed the other actor, and the men fell onto the flower box fence.
But how did you get this?
It was a long time ago. I don't feel much like talking about it. I just really wanted anything with Hammer in it, okay?
I understand.
But in all seriousness, it does suck. It's always sad, when you look up to someone and they do some stuff, and you try to defend them in some cases, and other times you can't. And well, we're gonna have to find out if what Hammer did, or tried to do, was okay or not. My guess is no, because it resulted in murder either way. But let's see, anything else we need to show? No? I think I know what we have to do now. I think we need to go talk to somebody. A certain somebody. So... Oops, wrong button.
She's not even looking.
Where?
What? Where did you get that? Well, old bag. Old?
She means the security lady, Miss Old Bag Nick.
Right. Anyway, Ms. Vasquez, you hid this incident from the press, didn't you? And you used it to control Mr. Hammer. The wind. The hum? It's gotten stronger, don't you think? The wind. Your conversation interests me. Let's talk about it more. Inside the trailer.
You know, I don't really think we should go anywhere with this lady. But, we probably have to.
Nick, she went inside the trailer. What if she's got a gun?
Well, Maya, that's a risk we're gonna have to take. For justice!
You came. Well then, what was that you were talking about? Why is she so eager to talk all of a sudden? Ms. Vasquez, you were using that accident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? That's why he was doing kid shows for petty change. So I'm a blackmailer now.
Well, that was it, wasn't it? I mean, sure it was an accident, but you used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star.
Oh? I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour of its own accord.
But you were the cause. You pressured him. And to think it was just an accident.
Excuse me. What is this all about? You keep saying accident? Accident? How are you so sure? What do you mean? Must I spell everything out for you? Think. What would it be if it wasn't an accident? No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it on purpose? That is what I mean. Where's your proof? Can you prove it? Just think. Would he have let me run his life for 5 years over a mere accident? And I ran him hard, believe you me.
But the security lady said it was an accident.
Oh, well, she's a big fan of Hammers, you see. She jumped on the reporter who brought that photo into the studio. She wrenched it out of his hands, she did. Gave him a few bruises, too. So that's why she had the photo. She's an old fool. Of course, all the reporter would need is the negatives. He could have made a copy. But he didn't. The only copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me. Now. Yep. She's got a gun. Or a knife. A bazooka. She's got something. Bow and arrows. I don't know. The Phoenix, you're in trouble.
What? This is valuable evidence.
Boys. Yep. Well, even if it's not just one gun, she's got a bunch of boys with guns. Oh boy.
Who are they?
Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Would you like to be erased?
What?
The trial ends tomorrow? How unfortunate. It's a shame. You'll have to miss it.
Tell me why. Why do you want this photo so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt. No. Why should D. Vasquez care about it at all?
Right? Ergo, they do. They need Kiryu Kazuma on their side. And Majima, too. See, now I want to see that. Now I want to see a Yakuza and Phoenix Wright crossover. That'd be pretty great. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think about that, where you're going. Wait, where are we going? What's happening? Are we gonna go with the fishes? Where are we headed? So long, friends. Boys, erase away.
No!
Hold it right there!
Yeah! This is why we stand by the Gumshoe!
I heard everything, pal. You're sus as fuck. D. Vasquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now.
Not bad. Very well. It appears this contest will be decided tomorrow then, in court. I'll be looking forward to it. I mean, I'm not trying to say that she could have overpowered Gumshoe, but she probably could have overpowered Gumshoe. She had, like, what, 5 guys there? Yeah. But, I mean, hey, it works out for us that she didn't try.
Hey, you okay, pal? Sorry, I was a little late with my entrance. I was tying my shoes. Yeah, I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing.
Detective Gumshoe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was really scared.
Yeah? You don't mention it, pal. Just doing my job.
Detective Gumshoe?
Sorry, it's just... I've wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. Okay, I've got one more job to do today.
You know, fair point, Ergo. Covering up a cop would have been a little bit harder. That's true. And so that's probably why she didn't bother. That's fair. We'll give that. We'll give that to her then.
I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon.
Well, Nick, it looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this.
And who's at the bottom? D. Vasquez.
She is us. Way. Ooh, man, I was really pitchy. I was trying to say way sus, but that got all screwed up there. There is a reason I am not a singer by trade. Oh wait, we don't need to save anymore. Okay. I was like, wait. I forgot how that works. Court babble.
Court is now in session for the trials of Mr. Will Powers.
Karaoke stream when? Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, we could do a karaoke stream sometime. I think I even said that you and I should do it, Ergo. But again, if we ever did it, it would be pitchy in some places. But yeah, to be announced, I'm sure, right?
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Today will be the final day of this trial, because we do a really weird thing here where you only get 3 days to prove someone is innocent or guilty. It seems pretty stupid. But whatever, I don't make the rules. I hope both the prosecution and the defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement. In yesterday's session, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. He claims that the scene of the crime was, in fact, Studio 2. Today, I will call on people present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. From their testimonies, the truth will become clear. Very well. Edgeworth seems a bit on edge today. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls Ms. D. Vasquez to the stand. Ms. D. Vasquez is a producer who was present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Will the witness state her name and occupation?
D. Vasquez. I'm a producer for Global Studios.
On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer, in Studio 2.
As everyone here knows, yes. Or yes? I dislike needless banter. If you must pontificate, do it when I'm not here. I love it whenever Edgeworth is like, it's great.
Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the court your testimony concerning the day of the murder.
Nick, I know she did it. Make her pay. She's trying to cancel my favorite show.
But in all seriousness, yeah, no, She was about to kill us, so pretty damn certain she did it.
Right. If she's guilty, I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak.
Phoenix, come on. I entered the trailer, a little before noon. The meeting began at 12 sharp. It ended at 4. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio One. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later, when we all went to Studio One. That's all.
I have a question about one part of your testimony. You were fatigued, so you had Sal take you.
The van. There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. I thought it might be risky to walk, what with that monkey's head toppling over.
I see. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
This is the final battle, Nick. Let's do it.
Alright, we'll do what we always do in this game. We will press, press, and press. Oh. It'd be nice if I could remember the button for press. There we go.
By yourself?
Yes.
And you didn't stop in at the employee area?
No.
Alright. Are you always this, terse?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Okay, ended at 4, you say?
Did no one leave during the meeting?
No one.
Come on, let's talk a bit more about that. The witness did not come here to engage in idle conversation. Stop interrupting the testimony.
The same could be said to you, Mr. Edgeworth. And please stop banging on your little desk. It hurts my ears. Went to Studio One, huh?
And when exactly was that?
I've forgotten. She's like, yeah, I forgot. What about it?
Maybe you could try remembering?
No.
The meeting ended at 4, and the rehearsal was scheduled for 5. I would think it was between those times.
You would think?
Come on, all you did was state the obvious, Edgeworth.
Alright. Had to hydrate there. Okay.
Hold on! You had Sal take you. What does that mean?
It means what I just said. I had Sal take me in the Studio 2 van.
Oh, right.
I mean, that still sounds a little... okay, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Maya is still a child, after all.
At 2:30, we took a blah, blah, blah.
My bad.
And what were you doing during that time?
Don't hit your desk. Right, ergo, phrasing! It irritates me. I already told Edgeworth about it. Don't you fucking do it too.
Yeah, Mr. Wright. Oops.
It was a 15-minute break.
Do you have someone who can verify this?
Sal.
No, I mean someone else.
One person is enough.
If she committed the murder during that break, she wouldn't have had time to eat a T-bone steak. If I had some evidence that proves she didn't eat that steak...
Nick, find anything?
I kind of wish she'd said a little more.
It's hard. I think she's pretty used to being the boss. But I'm sure you'll find some kind of contradiction in what she said, somewhere.
Okay, let's look at our evidence. So the T-bone steaks found in the employee area.
See,
I'm not sure if we'll be able to use that as evidence, the one that we found in the employee area. Because here's what I'm thinking. And I should mention again for anybody who might be new watching this, who might not have seen the other ones, but I have played this game before, so I know what's happening. But I just don't remember exactly what I need to present or how to do it. So I'm not sure if we need to present this particular item, because over in Studio 2, the plates were empty. And they had T-bone steaks, supposedly. And just like in the employee area, they had T-bone steaks. And in that, place, we found the plate with the bones from the T-bone steak. But we don't have a picture of the one from over at Studio 2. So I wonder if that's what we need. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna try it. Oop, oopsies. Went too far. Oh, God dang it! I'm so sorry. You're just gonna have to be... Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3. Okay, sound 8 T-bone steaks. Gonna press present now. There we go. Okay. I really don't think this is what we need to do, but I'm gonna try it. Ah, yeah! Okay, okay. Whew! It's nice when I'm actually right.
Huh, as I thought. You claim you ate a T-bone steak. But I say you did not. What's this now, Mr. Wright? Look at this. It's a plate. This plate was on the table in the employee area. As you can see, a large bone has been left behind. Mr. Wright, need I remind you, it was a T-bone steak? Exactly my point. Remember, if you will, Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Manila ate I was about to say they ate a table. They ate a table, Your Honor! They ate at a table outside the trailer. Yet there were no bones left on the plates. The plates were bare. Ms. Vasquez, tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bones? I think I know how. You ate the bone too!
You ate a boneless steak, you didn't eat the steak.
You didn't eat any steak during that break. You took your steak and threw it somewhere, like that incinerator. I see. Then what was Miss Vasquez doing during her break? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor?
Picking on Sal.
She was meeting with the Steel Samurai. Whoa, whoa, it's such a shit! Order! Are you saying? Yes, Your Honor. As Ms. Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak, she ran into the Steel Samurai. And then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. Mr. Wright, isn't that a little presumptuous? I mean, you're constantly accusing people in the courtroom, but this is presumptuous. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Wright?
Let him claim what he wants. You say I did it?
Yeah.
Fascinating. And here I was worrying that today would be as boring as all the rest. Very well. Let us have a battle of wits, you and I.
Any day, Vasquez.
Good luck, Nick.
Let's see. What was that murder weapon again? Oh yes, the samurai spear.
Yeah?
I am, as you can see, a woman of petite stature. How could I possibly use that heavy spear as a weapon? I wonder what happens if we say you couldn't. I mean, for all we know, she's swole as heck under those ropes. Let's try it. I think you would have a great deal of difficulty using that as a weapon. Pretty much anyone would. You see? Yeah. However, that has no bearing on this case. Meaning, the samurai spear was not the murder weapon. Oh!
Hola, what the fuck did he just say? Oh, what is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the victim's body.
I have proof, Your Honor. I can prove that the samurai spear was not used as the murder weapon. Is it because it was mended with duct tape? Or are we going to insinuate something else? Because did he also maybe get killed via the fence? Again, I've played this before, but my memory sucks. So let's see. Are we trying to say that it couldn't have been done with the spear because it was broken already? And so pretty fragile, but it's still heavy. You know, I'm leaning more towards this one. Let's give it a go. Let's try it.
Wrong, Mr. Wright!
Fuck.
But I haven't said anything yet. I know you well enough by now to know when you're going to present the wrong evidence.
I can sense it too, with my fey blood.
Okay, so I picked the wrong evidence. Enough with all the sensing. Right, okay, here's the real evidence, Your Honor. Jeez, you guys are picky.
Let me double check all of our other evidence. Let's present the spear, just in case.
I present my proof, the so-called murder weapon.
Yeah, when in doubt, if you're not sure of the reasons, at least pick the old murder weapon so that you can hope the person will talk about it.
But this is the murder weapon. Not so fast. Remember that this spear broke during the morning action scene run-through. But someone fixed the spear. It was the security lady. She fixed it with duct tape.
There we go. Okay, so my original assumption was accurate. That's good. Well, I mean, I had two assumptions, but yeah, one of them was right.
Now tell me, is it possible for someone to stab a man who is wearing a thick costume with this through the chest? Order! Order! Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? Think about what you're...
Silence. I'm the one testifying here, and I will be heard.
Yeah.
Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? If the samurai spear was not the murder weapon, then pray tell, what was? How was Hammer killed?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell us what weapon was used to kill Mr. Hammer?
Well, if it was what I was thinking before, oh, I'm a Mario now. If it was what I was thinking of before, then yeah, I can tell you. We'll see if I'm right.
Would I make a claim like that if I couldn't tell you what the weapon was? I'm afraid your confidence can sometimes be unfounded, Mr. Wright, so yeah, you fucking can. Very well, let's see this murder weapon then. Look at this photo. Oh, what is this? It does not make me laugh! Why, that's Jack Hammer standing at the top of the stairs. He looks good. Order! Order! If I cannot have order, this trial will be suspended. Mr. Wright, what is this all about? This photograph is from 5 years ago. there was an unfortunate accident at Global Studios. This is a photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it? See the fallen man in this photo? See how the fence post pierced him through the chest? What? It makes my pecs hurt. Are you saying... Yeah. I fucking am. What happened 5 years ago? Has happened again!
That big reveal, we need to hydrate. Alright.
Mr. Wright, continue. This is getting good. It's 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder. Ms. D. Vasquez meets Jack Hammer outside the Studio True trailer. Then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs onto the fence. Just like Mr. Hammer had himself done 5 years ago. Though whether she did it on purpose or by accident, I cannot say. In other words, the victim, Mr. Hammer, he died in the same way that he caused another man to die. 5 years ago. Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my script writing staff. You deny what I say is true. Mr. Wright, let's say for the sake of argument that Hammer died at the trailer, as you say. Yet the body was found at Studio One, was it not? And in the evil magistrate's costume, no less. Are you then claiming that I carried the body to Studio One and returned to the trailer all in the space of a 15-minute break? How could I have disposed of the body? The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted 15 minutes from 2:30 to 2:45. Could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death, then carried to Studio One and placed inside his costume? There wasn't enough time. Indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, how could she have dealt with the body?
Let's hydrate as we think about it. Alright. So she couldn't deal with it. I bet she could move it. She had another way. Oh, hi, Based Bug. Thanks for coming into the stream. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, 1000%. This series is amazing. It is also one of my personal favorites. I love it too. So glad you could come and see it. So we're about to finish the Steel Samurai case. We're basically almost there. Alright, so let's see. She couldn't deal with it. I bet she could move it. She had another way. Usually in this game, it's she had another way. Let's give it a try. What if she had another way to carry the body, other than with her own hands? For instance... Actually, for that matter, there was no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for you to carry that body. Interesting. Let's hear it then.
Mr. Wright, please show us how she carried the body. This is better than my soaps.
Ooh, sorry, I keep hitting the desk. I'm practicing to be Phoenix. I'm smacking the desk.
Ms. Vasquez, you carried the body to Studio One. And you used the studio van to do it. Recall your testimony.
Hi, Crowan. Welcome to the stream, Crowan. And yeah, you came at a great time when I'm ad-libbing as the judge. We are about to finish the Steel Samurai case, by the way, Crowan. So you've come towards the tail end of this one, but we'll be starting the next trial in probably just a couple minutes. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio One. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me.
There was a van there, right? I had Sal drive me. You used the van to carry the body to Studio One. Then, before everyone else got there, you put the body into the magistrate costume. Hold on, Wright. Don't forget, it was Sal Manella that drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manella was a conspirator? Psh, of course he was! Of course Sal Manella has to be a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van and put into the costume. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done that alone.
Yeah, yes, this is one with Phoenix's friend.
Also, don't forget that they had to dispose of the Steel Samurai costume. They had to, because it was covered in Mr. Hammers' blood.
Ew, gross.
They probably burned it in that small incinerator. Well, Miss Vasquez, shall I continue? No need. You're smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. I lose. You win. It was fun. I win?
I always love it when it's like ... Uh-huh.
So what happens next? Don't question mark me. Don't you have anything to say?
What would you like me to say?
Yeah, I lost, something like that.
I just said that.
Wait, so you mean D. Vasquez? So it was you? Oh, so it was you? You killed Jack Hammer! ...
Right? Her smugness is supreme, Crowan. She's super smug. Who can say?
Huh?
Are you sure I did? Mr. Wright. We just engaged in a battle of wits. And the results of that battle? You proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer.
Right.
But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright. I love the expressions in this game. And right, Crowan, I love the names in this series. Sal Manella, Jack Hammer. Is this your first time with Phoenix? Because I was gonna say there are some really great name puns in this series. They are beautiful.
Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts?
Oh no, I think we broke him.
Of course, it's as the witness says. Certainly it does seem very likely she did it, but there's no proof. Gasp! Edgeworth isn't sure?
Ah, so you finished the first one. Ah, so this will look familiar to you then. I played all three of the Phoenix-centered games, and we've also played. So Ergo and I have played Apollo Justice as well, and the Miles Investigations spin-off one. We actually, or at least I haven't dived into the sequel because it's a fan translation one. So I just haven't gotten off my rear end and played it on the emulator that I have. But I do recommend playing all the other ones if you get a chance. They're all really good. Yeah, oh yeah, Ergo and I are pretty big Phoenix fans in the house. My friend got me into it, and my friend and her boyfriend, they really got me into it during, I guess it was before quarantine, but it's definitely during the quarantine is when I played a lot of the game itself. So yeah, totally stand for Phoenix in this place. Ooh, all right, noted, Based Bug. I am glad that you recommend the second Miles Edgeworth game, because Miles Edgeworth, the first game, it was really fun, and I will admit the mechanic of being able to move around in that game was wild. I was like, whoa! There is a really funny like comic or clip that I saw that somebody posted. I think it was a video where they showed a trailer of the new game that came out, and Phoenix was moving around. Or not Phoenix, but the defense attorney was moving around, and the guys were like, "Whoa, he's moving!" And people, like, the thing was like Phoenix fans. What gets them excited is characters moving around. But yeah, back to the Miles investigation thing though. I will definitely play the second one. I just have to get off my butt and do it. Oh, and thank you for the follow, X-Demon. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So, okay, Phoenix is thinking Edgeworth isn't sure. Nani? Well, I came here as a witness today. If you've no more questions, I'll be leaving. What do I do now? Well, to my knowledge, X-Demon, I do not believe I am your dad. But I don't know if it's intentional or not, but that sounds like a Steven Universe. That episode where they're like, are you my dad? Because that's what they think Steven's like dad's name is, my dad. Gotta hydrate again. Oh boy. Okay. So what do we do now? You did it, Vasquez. Testify again, Vasquez. No further questions, Vasquez. Yeah, sure. We're gonna go with the no further questions. I mean, we are pretty good at pointing fingers at people and saying they did it, so I'm assuming that's what we gotta do now. Ms. Vasquez, you did it. That wasn't a question. Did you do it? No. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I'm not sure that question helped this court get any closer to a verdict. What do I do now? I guess testify again, Ms. Vasquez. I'd like you to testify again. Testify again? Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before. The truth, Mr. Wright. I've already said all there is to say. What would happen if I said it again? You'd ask the same questions, get the same answers. A waste of time. Damn! Damn! To come so far, only to fail. Sorry, I just looked back into the chat and seeing what Crowan said, and then what X-Demon again. Well, I will say, X-Demon, if Vasquez is your mom, she's don't want to talk bad about your mom, but things aren't looking so good for her on the innocent scale here. As it seems, there are no further questions. I would like to end the cross-examination of the witness, Ms. Vasquez. Oh, we got an objection. Was it Edgeworth? I've played this game before. It is Edgeworth. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I love it. I love it. I didn't. I see. Very well. Yes, and oh my, X-Demon. Oh my, indeed. I mean, I don't shame. I don't shame. Your Honor, I request that the witness testify again. You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. I just want to hear your testimony again. I liked it so much. Does this make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes. But yeah, no, X-Demon, I totally understand it. I may not see her in that way, but I could definitely see how some people would be like, for Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Ms. Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about? Well, yes, indeed. Verily, I say, ergo. Edgeworth! Edgeworth is calling you out, Ergo. He wants you to say something. It's right there.
I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. After they found the body? Very well. The witness will testify to the court concerning this matter.
Nick, why did Edgeworth...
Who knows? He probably realized she did it too.
But, wasn't he the one that said he always gets a guilty verdict? After all that.
Edgeworth.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Edgeworth? Yes, Edgeworth is fine. I do agree with that 100%. Although, if we're going to talk about attractiveness in this game, I will say, woo, hello, as I drop my coaster. I definitely love Phoenix. I've always loved Phoenix. I always thought he was cute. And I'm not going to lie, I do like Gumshoe a lot too. There's just something about him. I think it's his personality. You know, he's just a sweetheart. Well, absolutely. Hey, no. More room to love that way, right? And yes, Ergo, you are now canon officially in this game. All right, let's find out, after finding the body, what happened. I was with Sal and Oldbag, the security lady, when we found the body. The assistant was there too, only Powers was absent. I immediately called the police. Then Powers showed up. The security lady, Oldbag, was quite agitated, pointing at Powers saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and direction notes. Then I went home. I pieced out Girl Scout.
I see no issues raised by this testimony. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
Okay, Nick, we're close, real close. She may be acting tough now, but if you put her on the spot, she's sure to falter. Find that key you need and twist the truth out of her, Nick, or so help me.
Right. I know, Maya, you're still pissed that she's trying to cancel your favorite show. And also the fact that she's a murderer.
All right, let's do what we always do. And press!
What time was that?
We were to meet at 5 for the rehearsal, so I'd say it was then.
When exactly did you and Mr. Manella arrive at the studio?
About 10 minutes before. I wasn't stuffing any bodies into costumes, mind you.
Press.
Whenever we get the option to press more on something, we always press more in this game.
Where were the other employees when you got to the studio?
They weren't there yet.
Well, then you could have put Hammer in that costume with Salmonella's help.
Oh? What did I just say? Did I not just say I wasn't stuffing any bodies into any costumes? You should try to listen to what people are saying, boy.
Ooh! Boy! What game does she think this is?
This isn't, what is it, God of War? Yes, I have played these games before. I absolutely love these games. I finished playing the third one with Phoenix, probably during quarantine of last year. We had a couple months off, so I was like, I'm gonna finish all the Phoenix games. So I did. And now we're on the Miles Investigations one. The third game with Von Karma. Von Karma. So if you're talking about like the prosecutor, because I don't want to spoil too much, but if you're talking about like either of the prosecutors, Von Karma, they show up, I know, in the second game, but they do also show up in the third too. Or well, one of them doesn't, but I'm not going to say which one. The assistant was there too, only Powers was absent. Oh yes, oh no, I totally understand. She is definitely attractive too, the character that you're mentioning. Let's see, this is oh yeah, the assistant was down there too, only Powers was absent. Hang on. Okay, there we go.
Mr. Powers was taking a nap, correct?
So he says.
Did no one go to call him?
Remember the 5th of November.
Remember what?
There was a dead body lying in front of us, yet you expect me to be calm.
You certainly seemed calm enough when I accused you of murder. Yeah, of course we're gonna press more. Wait a second. Wouldn't that be the other way around?
The other way around?
You discovered a murdered body and one person was missing, right? Wouldn't you normally go looking for the missing person? I have to agree with the defense on this one. Well, Miss Vasquez?
Logically speaking, perhaps. But no one there was thinking very logically, I assure you. Also, without his steel samurai costume, Powers doesn't really stand out. We often left him on the bus when shooting at location. No one noticed he was missing. Oh, that is a bold lie. Why? Because Will Powers is, well, the game likes to say that he's scary looking, but I think he's rather cute, and he definitely has a lot of hair. That is what we're gonna say. So, yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that, Ms. Vasquez. Poor Powers.
Well, I suppose that explains a lot. Very well, Miss Vasquez. You may continue.
Oh yeah, so then Powers showed up?
What was everyone else doing at the time?
No one said a thing. Besides, oh my god, it's a dead body. It was silent. Completely silent. So we stood there until Powers finally arrived on the scene. Sorry, I'm late. Then, silence. Dead silence. Kind of like that. Silence.
Hey, Nick. Why is everyone so quiet? Someone should do something to light things up.
Old bag. The security lady. Why did the security lady think Powers had done it?
She said because she saw him going towards the studio.
Right, the Steel Samurai. Of course we press more. Did the detective arrest Mr. Powers based solely on the security lady's word?
Perhaps not. She seemed to also have given the detective that photograph. Of course, I heard all this after the fact.
That photograph? Meaning the one taken by the security cameras?
She's not known for exhibiting the best sense of judgment when it comes to Hammer.
I don't think there's anything in there I can use. Damn!
You wanted to be left out. You asked to be left out. Yeah, it seems that everyone else was questioned. And I'm really not fond of that sort of thing.
But you can't just decide who the police will and won't question.
Thankfully, the studio thinks otherwise. They were nice enough to understand that, since we were in a meeting. There was no way we could have been involved. Thus, they covered for us.
Covered for you, or covered it up for you. There must have been a lot riding on it, with all those bigwigs at the meetings. I'm sure her professionals helped convince everyone they didn't require questioning.
You went back for your notes, huh?
Sounds suspicious. The script in your direction notes.
Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't do to have them stolen.
No, I guess not. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio One for a rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes?
Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Oh, goodness, Miss Vasquez. I wonder what you're about to insinuate just now.
Why?
There was a murder after all. Don't you just love it when people put their feet in their mouth? Don't you just love it when they out themselves? Right? She's so smug she doesn't even know what she just did. Who could think of rehearsing after that?
Yeah, I guess. Very well, Miss Vasquez, please continue.
Edgy, are you gonna bring it up? Is it going to be you?
Your Honor, I have an objection to the witness's last statement. Because I was paying attention, unlike Phoenix, apparently.
Huh?
Think. Miss Vasquez said she didn't bring the script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? It's pretty sus as fuck, wouldn't you say, right? She would have had to know about the murder before going to Studio One. Order! Order!
Right, Crowan? Edgeworth put it pretty well. He summed it up.
Mr. Edgeworth, what you have just said is a reasonable observation. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. Or are you thinking of a career change to defense? Are you not feeling well? As he bows, I appreciate the concern, Your Honor. I will stand by my statement, however, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Ms. Vasquez, do you have an explanation? I can't believe Edgeworth is helping me.
So the prosecution is in cahoots with the defense. What kind of court is this?
No matter.
I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there would be no rehearsal.
Very well, the witness will change her testimony to reflect this reason.
Right? It definitely is a pretty messed up court there, it's Demon. Defense attorneys are constantly pointing at people on the witness stand, saying that they're murderers, and the defense and the prosecution work together. Oh yeah, definitely, Crowan. It is a free-for-all. But that's why it's so fun. I knew that Hammer was injured and couldn't do any action scenes, so I left them behind.
How did you know about the injury?
How did I know? Sal. He told me.
Sal the director.
You have to find something to peg this on her here, or everything we've done till now will have been wasted. I believe in you, Nick. Go get him.
Let's see, do we have anything in our evidence? Oops. Dang it, wrong button. That's not what I meant to press. La 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 la, receipt of text again. This time we're gonna back off because we don't need it. Okay. So, I meant to hit that button. Okay. So is there anything we can use to present? Because she was saying, now obviously, since we got that like bit added to the testimony, one can reason that that's going to be what we need to present our evidence on. So that statement is the statement we need. And she said that Sal told her. Would Sal have known? Is the question. Because I don't think was he there for the rehearsals? Do we have anything that says that? Huh. We just got that. The photo. Don't think we need to present our attorney's badge. It is always fun doing that, but... Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, so I'm putting pieces together in my noodle here. So, yeah, they were supposed to be at Studio 2 the entire time, which is why no one questioned them, right? So, Sal, he was at Studio 2 the whole time, so would he have known? Is that what we're working with here? But again, the issue is, what evidence do we have that helps with that? But again, we got to appreciate Ms. Vasquez helping us out here when she doesn't even realize she's helping us out. It's pretty great. Let's see. Let's see. Got the monkey head here. Let's go to the actual statement we need so that we don't accidentally present on the wrong one, which is something I would totally do. So, okay. It's dragging one leg. This, you know, it probably would be this one if you think about it anyway, because that it is, you know, talking about his injury here, which happened during those rehearsals that morning. Which, if memory serves me, Sal was not there for. So that would be the best evidence we've got that would support that. And also, I looked at a walkthrough just now, because I forgot. let's try it. If I'm looking at that correctly, watch, I looked at the walkthrough wrong, so we'll find out. Okay. Let's present it. Okay, there we go. But it does make sense, though. Like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, that makes 100% sense.
So you knew that Hammer was injured. Don't you think that's a little funny? I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured.
Right? I do agree. I like, so like the in-game voices, like they do very, very little dialogue in it. They just say their like hold its and objections and whatnot. But I like their voices. They have some really good voices in here.
I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured. It was Will Powers!
What?
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Yes, Mr. Hammer is Oh, that's right! I also freaking misread what she said. She said that Hammer was dragging his... Oh, my bad. I also totally misread that. But yeah, no, that's also true. That's very true. She got the wrong person. So it makes sense to use that photo because they thought it was Will.
Mr. Hammer is dragging his leg in this photo. But that's because he was pretending to be Mr. Powers.
Pretending?
One person was injured in the run-through that morning. That person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer.
I totally fucking forgot that. Woo boy!
Now, why did you think it was Mr. Hammer who was injured?
I already said it was Sal who told me. That's right. He must have gotten it wrong.
I think not. Mr. Manella was at the run-through that morning.
Okay, he was there. He was there.
He would have known it was Mr. Powers who was injured. He saw it happen. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Ms. Vasquez? Actually, you didn't hear anything from Mr. Manella. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes. Yes, but... wasn't it Mr. Powers who was injured? Yes, but remember, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Ah! And when he was doing this, well, it would have had to have been after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio 2, where he was murdered. Exactly. Ms. Vasquez, you met him, didn't you? You saw the Steel Samurai limping. And Mr. Hammer was in the Steel Samurai suit. That's why you were confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning. Ah! Order! Order! I will have order! Witness, can you refute this claim? Yeah, let's see you sneak out of this one, Vasquez. Very well. I have a question for you. Why are the real killers always so persistent? Why in the world would I want Mr. Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. Nothing. Yeah, you would need a motive, that's true. Why would she have killed the victim? If there is a reason, it is unclear to this court. Does the defense have anything to say on the matter? In other words, can you prove that she had a murder? Or that she had a murder, that she had a motive? Yeah, of course we could prove it. Okay. I have proof, and I'll show it to you. I present to the court evidence as to Miss Vasquez's motives in this murder. It's this photograph! This is my proof. This is the photo from before. This photo reveals the motive in this murder. I'm right, aren't I, Ms. Vasquez? 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With D. Vasquez's help, a terrible accident was swept under the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial. It began on that day 5 years ago. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall. His fall from stardom. His guilt weighed him down, no doubt. However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change. Bringing us to the present day, and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate. Yes, undoubtedly, it was a constant source of shame for the ex-star. One moment, Mr. Wright. We are talking about motives here, yet you have only talked about Mr. Hammer. It almost seems as if it was Mr. Hammer who had killed D. Vasquez, and not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have?
Yes, that's right. According to what you say, I would have had no reason to kill Hammer. He was a good source of income for me, and I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine.
Mr. Wright, please explain Miss Vasquez's motive for murder.
Ooh. Trying to remember. Does she have a particular reason, or was it technically self-defense? I'm gonna go with the no motive for now.
She had no motive, Your Honor. What's that now? Nani? It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Miss Vasquez did was push him off the stairs in self-defense. What's this now? It's simple. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Miss Vasquez. What? What?
Gotta hydrate there a little bit. All right.
Your Honor. Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer snuck into the dressing room and stole the steel samurai costume. Jack Hammer wore the costume to fool the security lady into thinking he was Powers. Then Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask?
Oh, see, I've never played Rival Schools before. Sounds cool. But yeah, I've always liked the Steel Samurai design, so I might have to check that out. Oh, well, that's right. Okay, so Phoenix said, so what purpose, you ask?
To kill D. Vasquez, who had so cruelly taken advantage of him all those years.
Ooh, it got serious. She broke her pipe.
So you did do it, didn't you?
Yes, I am guilty. It was me.
Someone call an ambulance! There's blood everywhere, we're too late! It's Vasquez! What happened here? Manuel fell down from the trailer stairs! Manuel!
I'm assuming that's her. Yeah.
Miss Vasquez, please try to remain calm. No! No! How could this? It was an accident. Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and... No! Manuel! Don't touch him, Miss Vasquez! No! Please don't die. Please!
Well, don't know who Manuel was. Guess he was one of the other actors, but I guess, based on that, she, must have been, involved with him. Congratulations, Mr. Wright. I lose. Again. So in a way, I feel a little sorry for her, because even though it was an accident, Jack Hammer killed someone she loved. If that is what happened, it certainly seems that way. She proceeded to then take advantage of him in his career. So yeah, she didn't do a good thing. I can understand being hurt, especially in the moment, and being upset and grieving, but yeah. And I get that she was acting in self-defense, but she did hide it instead of coming out into the open and saying, yo, he tried coming at me to kill me. So, yeah. I don't like her very much, though, because she is a pretty smug lady. But yeah, I guess there are some ways you can sympathize with her, just in little bits. But what is chat saying? Steven, you're saying yay murder? I mean, yeah, in this game, it's always yay murder. And Base Bug, the best cases are the ones where you can sympathize with the killer. Yeah, no, that is very true. It's it is fun when you have the killers that are just downright terrible and they're bad and you know they're bad. They're fun in their own right, but it is good to also have that extra layer of you know, complexity into it, you know, where you do feel for them, even if it's just a little bit. And in this case, even though I don't like Ms. Vasquez's overall personality, and she did do wrong, I get it. She was acting in self-defense and she lost someone she loved, so there are things we can sympathize with for her. Guilty before innocent, and guilty after being declared innocent. There's a way to think about it.
In the waiting lobby, Your Honor, as calm and collected as ever. I see. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. It appears you have brought about yet another miracle. Gosh, you should start renting yourself out for parties or something, because, jeez, man! It's like, what, 3 for 3 now? I thank you, Your Honor. I think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he should be found so is only natural, not a miracle. Yes, you're right, but still, it's the fact that Phoenix tends to find the people, you know, and he's just like, yo, you're in the stand, you're guilty. It's crazy, man. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, not guilty, mother! Woo!
Also, I might have said this before, but it bears repeating again since this is the first time I played this in a little while. I still support and love the idea that Gumshoe is the one that makes the confetti and he is the one that throws it at the end of the trial. I always love that. I love that idea, and I've seen fan art for it, and it's just so cute. And it would totally be a thing Gumshoe would do. But right, yeah, confetti in the courtroom. It's always fun that way.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Oh yeah, no, I totally accept it 1,000%. It is absolutely my headcanon too, Crowin. Oh yay, it's Will Powers! See, I think he's cute. You know, the game is always talking about how he, you know, I know D. Vasquez was trying to say that no one notices when he's gone. But yeah, they mention all the time in this case how the kids will be scared of him and stuff. And then, you know, I think he's cute. He's cute.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'm just glad you're okay. Yes, but it's sad. I know now that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. It's bad enough that he wanted to kill Miss Vasquez, but to think that he tried to frame me for the murder makes me sad. Tell me why, Mr. Wright. Huh? Tell me. Why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me?
Right, I agree. Ex-Demon, he's just hairy. Hairy doesn't equal scary. Alright, well, we always have to show our evidence.
Well, this is what I think. Mr. Hammer wanted to put the blame on you because...
Ooh, you know, sometimes it's more obvious. I'm pretty sure it's this one, right? It's this one.
It's because you were the Steel Samurai. Because I was the Steel Samurai?
Oh, well, I mean, Ex-Demon, so far, I don't know you very well, but, you know, I think you're fine. So yeah, I wouldn't worry.
Mr. Hammer was a big star once, but he was reduced to acting in a kid's show, and as the villain to boot.
Hey, villains are cool.
The kids loved the Steel Samurai, so he hated you. I think I understand. He could have just told me. I would have changed places with him any time. I think you're missing the point. Thank you. I'm just glad it's all over. So am I. So am I.
I love it, Basebug. Absolutely. You know what? If we could, I would put a big banner saying, "If you're hairy, we don't care. Eat." That's right, and I do agree with that too, Ex-Demon. The kids often love the villains, you know? Depending on the villain, but yeah.
Congratulations, WP!
Oh, thanks to you, I'll be able to don the Steel Samurai outfit once more. I can't wait to get back into that sweaty costume and... Ew. Is something wrong? Oh no.
No, of course not. Nick Edgeworth? It's Edgy Boy.
Oh, is this where he says my favorite line? I can't remember if we've already gotten to it, but I'm pretty sure it's now that he says it. Okay, but let's see.
Say something, Wright. I'm not good at small talk. Huh? What? That was too bad, Edgeworth. Sorry, I probably read that wrong. You don't waste any time gloating, do you? No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gotten away if you hadn't stepped in. Oh yeah, pleased to meet you. I'm Powers. Edgeworth. I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Powers.
And I say this every time I play the game. Every time I play the game. But I think it's weird that in the anime, Phoenix is also a huge Steel Samurai stan. Like, he loves the Steel Samurai. Like, as, you know, kids, he really liked it. Or as a kid, he really liked it. And in the game, Phoenix doesn't give two shits about the Steel Samurai series. But Edgeworth does. And I think that's really interesting that they went that route. Yeah. Because in the anime, they're both fans of the Steel Samurai. But in the game, it's just Edgeworth, apparently. Yeah. Oh, he is. He's a mega tsundere. And right, yep, X-Demon, if this is where he says that line, it totally would be.
I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Powers. Liar.
I mean, he actually is.
Have you seen his office yet? Right. I must say, I hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years.
Yes, here we go.
Meet again?
However, in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Thanks to you, I am saddled with unnecessary feelings.
Yes! Yes!
Unnecessary feelings? Yes, unease and uncertainty. Aren't those kind of necessary? They only serve to get in my way. I'm the tsundere after all. It's what I do. You listen to me, Phoenix Wright. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's what I came here to tell you.
Oh, come on, Edgy. You know you don't mean that. You like his face and you know it.
Mr. Wright? Was that guy your friend?
Yes. Yes, Crowan, yes. I will say this right here and now. I am a Phoenix Edgeworth shipper. I will not lie. I do enjoy that ship. But yeah. Whether the game intended for it or not, they certainly put those undertones in there. They really did.
Was that guy your friend? Lover?
What? Friends? As if they're rivals. Rivals! Right, Nick?
For now we are, I guess.
Huh? Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick. Tell me. What's the deal with you and Edgeworth?
Ah, man, you're not gonna say it, Phoenix?
And so the curtain closed on another trial. I caused quite a stir by revealing that accident from 5 years ago. It was the talk of the town. Thankfully, Global Studios rethought its programming's change. They went back to making kids shows again.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. Nick, this is it. The new show starts today. You're going to watch it with me, right?
I'll admit I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go with it.
You have to buy trading cards too, okay? We have to trade with Cody and that assistant.
Fine, I'll do it.
Isn't it great that WP gets to play the lead again?
I wonder if they'll show his real face this time.
I don't know. I don't think the world is ready for that.
Oh, I don't think the world is ready for the real Will Powers.
Again, nothing wrong with hairy people. The kids are fine. They'll understand. They'll think he'll just look like a lion. That's it. Aw, and thank you, Crowan. I actually kind of like the Maya voice too. Oh, and we are going to continue. I do want to play a little bit more, but all the voice work in here is totally draining my throat. So I'm going to go get some water. I will be right back, okay? So y'all get hydrated if you need to, okay? Woo! All right. I wet my whistle, and I'm feeling good. Still got some with me, so I might take another sip. Oh, I'm glad we have some great slogans going on today. And I'm glad you're feeling good, X-Demon. That's awesome. Oh, but just based on the image that we are being presented right over here, certainly doesn't look like Edgeworth is feeling good. I wonder why. I mean, I do know why, but I'm not going to say why. No spoils from me. Oh, and you got a haircut, X-Demon? That's cool. Did you go pretty short, or well, I don't even know if you had long hair or not, but... Oh, so you're talking about this upcoming case, Crowan? It scared you a lot when you were a kid? I never played these games as a kid. I played them as an adult because I started like more or less last year. But I could see that though. I could, because some of these things are pretty intense, even for for kids. Oh yeah, no. As I think I said in your stream last night, Crowan, when you were talking about that, I was like, oh no, hard same. I don't deal with scary very well myself. That's not my forte. I can do some scary things, like I think the scariest thing I can play is FNAF, but that's about it. But we've got this case that we're gonna dive into now. So, yeah, looks like Edgeworth is having a hard time. As soon as we hit play, we're gonna see a little cutscene. I wonder what's gonna happen. That's right, Crowan. You are brave. We can handle it. We got this. And we're all here together. We're all here with you. Oh, and yeah, X-Demon, I feel you on that front. If I do ever watch something at all scary, I am like very unsure of how to sleep. I'll like keep lights on, or I'm gonna need to take melatonin and like put myself out. Otherwise, I'm not gonna sleep very well. So I feel that 100%. But okay. Let's see what's tormenting our poor Edgeworth here. Edgy boy.
It's been what, 15 years? About that, yes. 15 years is a long time to wait. You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered. But now, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. I'm going to whisper because I'm not sure who's talking. I think I know, but I'm not sure. Revenge! What? Merry Christmas. Gasp. Big gasp. Not edgy, boy!
But yes, I like this one too. I remembered when I first played it, I was like, like, there's no way Edgeworth is the killer. What? Oh yes, no, absolutely. Even holding a gun and possibly a murderer, we can still go. Edgeworth is fine. What was it? When I would watch the Game Grumps, I haven't watched them recently, but I watched their playthrough of Phoenix Wright. I think I mentioned it in the other times I streamed this game, because I said I like kind of took inspiration from some of their voices. Like I tried to use some of them because it became my headcanon voice for them. And I remember when they got to this case, Dan was like, "What? No, Edgeworth?" He was so shocked and freaked out. He was like, "No," because it was the first time he'd ever seen it. So yeah, I was like, that's a mood though. The first time you ever see that, it's like super upsetting. Like, what the heck is happening? So I have to find out if Edgeworth is guilty or not.
Hey, Nick! Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here?
Waterfalls? Dare I ask why?
Duh, Nick, isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one.
Is that part of your spirit medium training?
Of course. Except I've been slacking off lately. I need to brave the elements and be forged anew under the rushing spring waters.
Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close.
Oh, darn.
Sorry, but them's the breaks. Couldn't you just take a cold shower or something?
Good idea.
So much for rushing spring waters. Next in the news, a large unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy in a tip of the hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. Though its namesake Nessie proved to be a hoax, locals are confident their Gordy is the real deal. Yeah, boring. Can't they show real news for a change?
Nick, the water pressure's kinda low in that shower.
You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with the hose?
Good idea, Nick.
Apparently Fey blood is no aid in detecting sarcasm. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time it's murder! Gourd Lake again? The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. A suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed that the suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth, age 24. Miles Edgeworth is 24? Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long and rewarding career. Has he thrown it all away? Is he mad? Edgeworth? What's going on? Edgeworth would never do something like...
Nick?
Maya!
The fireman yelled at me when I called him.
We've got bigger things to worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth.
What? You mean the prosecutor?
Yeah, he's a suspect in a murder.
What? When? Where? Whom? Why? How?
That's right, yeah, we all gotta remember, Maya is 17 here.
I don't know.
Let's find out, Nick.
I don't really think we have to ask her this stuff, but why not?
Well, what should we do?
What do you mean? Let's investigate. We should talk to Mr. Edgeworth and check out the crime scene.
You're right. We need more information. Save aimlessness and confusion for later. 'Cause we will totally be that way. Well, got any ideas?
Not really. I do my best thinking when I'm standing underneath a waterfall.
I mean, me too, Maya. Me too. Just gotta move. Let's try the detention center first.
You know, Nick, we've all been in here one time or another, haven't we?
I guess it comes with the territory.
I'm not sure it's something we should mention to too many people.
Ah! Oh, sorry, that was Maya.
Ah!
Hey, Edgeworth, come back! What are you doing here?
Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood.
Well, he is in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here? So you've come to laugh at the fallen attorney. Then laugh. Laugh. Well, why aren't you laughing?
Nick, should we be laughing?
Nah, it's a trick. Laugh and he'll get mad, or burst into tears. Edgeworth, we don't have so much free time we can spend it coming down here to laugh at you. Yes, you do. Edgeworth. Actually, he's right. I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me. Edgeworth, tell me what happened. Why should I? What are you going to do about it?
Duh! We're going to help you, that's what!
Help me? You? Don't be ridiculous. Sorry? You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials. Hey, sure you got lucky and won all 3. but your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, Wright. Experience.
Nick, he's insulting you. Nick, why am I always the one who gets angry?
The murder took place at Gourd Lake, correct? Yes, late last night. The lake is a long way away from your offices and the courthouse. Why were you down there? I see no need to tell you.
Mr. Edgeworth, you didn't really...
Gordy. That son of a bitch, Gordy. I went to see Gordy.
Gordy? What's that?
I'll tell you later. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us?
I mean, he's the Tsundere, Phoenix. Of course he's not going to talk to you. Got nothing. Hey, did you know I'm a defense attorney?
Your attorney's badge. Edgeworth, let me defend you. Huh. Good one, Wright. But I'm not that hard up. Not yet.
What do you mean by that?
Me? Trust a wet behind-the-ears lawyer with only 3 childs under his belt. Never. I already said this to...
What?
My case is near hopeless, Wright. Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down. What? Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lack confidence.
Is that the one time you actually have to use the badge? You know, that's a good question, Ergo. I'm not sure if the game wouldn't have progressed if I hadn't showed it or if it was like an optional thing. But yeah, in this time it actually worked out.
After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty. I don't believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this.
Aww.
It's because you care, and you know it.
I'm pretty sure this is the next thing we gotta do. We gotta go here.
This is where it happened?
Yeah, Gourd Lake is in the middle of this park.
I can see some police walking around in there.
Questioning people, probably.
Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there?
Well, pal, there's enough of us here. Anyone found anything? Sorry, sir, nothing. Idiot! The trial's tomorrow. We need clues on the double. But sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who... Shut up! Just you try to say that again. I'll make you so sorry you do. So just get out of my face, pal. Yes, sir.
Detective Gumshoe's kind of scary today.
Recruits. Yeah.
Eee!
Hey, you're that hairy guy, Hairy Butts.
Oh my gosh, Gumshoe, that trial was so long ago. And his name is Larry for the 1000th time. Oh my gosh, when my avatar freezes on that face, it looks so funky. I'm so sorry. It happens when I take a drink sometimes.
Right, Phoenix Wright. Will he ever learn my name? And just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Well, yeah, I suppose. Well, I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Bring it!
He seems different than usual. Wonder what's up? Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually asked us to defend him yet.
Huh? Oh, you don't say. Does make sense, he's a tsundere after all.
Actually, in the other games, does he still mess up your name? I don't remember. So he might fudge up your name in the future games, like in the second one and in the third one, but I'm pretty sure he gets it right most times in the sequels. So it might just be for this game, but don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I played the other two. Let's see. So let's talk to Detective Gumshoe.
Detective Gumshoe? Do you know what happened here? Huh? You don't know, pal? No. Well, okay. Mr. Head in the Fluffy Pink Cloud's lawyer. Head in the... Huh? Never mind, I'll tell you. It happened last night, about 15 minutes after midnight.
I love his eyebrow thing. They're like wiggle. I love the wiggle action.
There was a boat out on Gourd Lake. In that boat were 2 men. One of those men shot the other 2 with a pistol. Bam! And the shooter was...
Oh, and the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth?
A cop who arrived on the scene arrested him.
How did they get here so fast?
Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake. A witness? Who was this witness? Sorry, pal. It's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure they'll turn up at the trial tomorrow. Was there only that one witness? Yeah, it was pretty cold out on the lake last night, and it was Christmas Eve after all. Still, we're being thorough. You never know when you're gonna turn up another witness. That's why we're here today, checking things out. So far, we've come up empty.
Oh, it's Christmas today. I'd forgotten. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick?
Talk to Santa. Jeez.
You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you?
Absolutely not. It's impossible. I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it.
Right. Who cares what the witness says?
I care.
You really believe in him, don't you, Detective?
Of course I do. But the police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody even really taking this investigation that seriously.
Oh no.
After all the help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us, hard to imagine that no one's standing up to take his side.
Well, at least you are, Detective. At least you are. Despite all the times Mr. Edgeworth has threatened to take away your pay, I'm glad that you still are. Is it true? No one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case.
Yeah, he's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and you lost, your reputation be sure to suffer.
Right, X-Demon, I agree. Gumshoe is such a big softie. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. We stand for Gumshoe. Mwah, 100%.
What's more, the case against him is, well, it's pretty solid. I suppose it would be if they have a witness. Hey, pal, don't tell me you're gonna turn your back on him too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. I know. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said.
And yep, I agree 100%, X-Demon. He's definitely not the ultimate detective. But he tries, and that's what matters. I kind of messed myself up just now imagining him having a Homer Simpson's voice actor. Yes, if Dan Castellaneta started voicing Gumshoe. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be cool. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, what? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying, right, over and over. It's like he loves you or something. It's disgustingly gross. And, I mean, not in that way, but, you know, just, it's like, get a room already, you know?
Nick? I'm not sure that's a good sign.
Neither am I. Why wouldn't he want your help? I don't get it. He's a tsundere, isn't he? Detective Gumshoe, sir. What? Find something? No, sir, not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. They want to hold an investigation briefing. A briefing? Right, I'm off. No, sorry, pal. I guess you heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask me before I head back?
Well, yeah. Do you have any information on the victim?
Sorry. They haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. And I'm still waiting for it myself. Actually, say, if you get the time, drop by the precinct. We could talk more there, pal.
You're not coming back, Detective?
Yeah, probably not, pal.
So, what should we do if we have something to talk? We have something to talk to you about.
All right. Here, I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime. hey, Detective Gumshoe. What? We'd like to take a look around the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission.
You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy.
Yeah, they don't have time to think about not giving you information.
Right. Now let's get investigating.
And in this case, I'd be hard-pressed to think that Gumshoe wouldn't just willingly give you the authority to run around, whether he was busy or not. He'd be like, yeah, take it, do it, go! Prove Mr. Edgeworth innocent, do it! That's him. That's his MO this go-round. Or actually, we haven't examined yet.
The sign says Gourd Lake National Park, or Nature Park. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekends.
But no waterfall.
Not many picnickers come here for a spiritual training, Maya. Unfortunately. I feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. What is it about winter that turns people into poets?
I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb.
Yeah, my poetry has that effect on some people.
I do like that in the Switch version, it'll show you the stuff that you need to, like, look at. Because when you're playing on the DS, which is how I played it initially, you just kind of have to click everywhere. So I enjoy when it says, yeah, no, you looked at this thing that you need to look at, you're good. All right, so now we need to move. Oh, Ripto from Spyro? What about Ripto? Because I love Spyro. Spyro is one of my favorite franchises from back in the day. Oh, I'm glad to hear Spyro is your fave too, X-Demon. But yeah, I'm not sure if there was something in there that was reminiscent of Ripto. But yeah, it was probably something that was in the dialogue. But yeah, Spyro 2 is one of my favorite games too. I like that one a lot. The second and the third are both really good. But yeah, I do think I like the second one a little bit more. Alright, so let's go to the Gourd Lake Public Bench. Oh, which just sounded like Ripto. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I'll take that as a compliment.
Wowzers! This is Gourd Lake?
Yep. I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers, though.
Probably not. But hey, look at that snack stand.
Oh, the remastered version? Yeah, we just recently got that within the last year or so, and I replayed it with the remastered version, and I enjoyed it a lot. It was fun. But for years, I've just replayed the PS2 one since we have our PS2 console still. But yeah, they did a great job with that, with the remastered one. All right, so we're looking at samurai dogs. Woohoo!
I want a samurai dog, please. I bet they're great.
With a name like Samurai Dog, how could they not be?
They're a little behind on the times, though. The kids are all into the Pink Princess now. I mean, like, you know?
Nope. Oh, you got the originals on the PS3? That's awesome. Let's do a little bit of examining while we're over here.
A hot dog stand. It's closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. The banner reads Samurai Dogs. Somebody needs to redecorate.
Woo!
Huh? Someone left some...
Oh, huh? Someone left some poppers here. You know, you pulled the string. And it goes pop!
Oh, and it goes pop.
Yeah, I know the ones. You see them around a lot on New Year's.
Hey, Nick, they might be a clue. Let's take them.
Come on, admit it. You just want to pop them, right?
Was it that obvious?
Poppers, huh?
Take them.
I suppose it couldn't hurt. Huh? Where'd they go?
Into my pocket.
Poppers put in the pocket.
We could just look at a normal bench now.
A lineup of plastic benches. Riveting. I guess the idea is you buy a dog and you eat it here. I doubt anyone would sit here and eat one on a day like this. Except maybe Maya, if she had a samurai dog. The trash can is empty. At least the place is well maintained. That's always good.
Wow, Gourd Lake is really big.
Yeah.
Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake?
Oh, well, a long time ago they used to grow gourds here.
Whoa, no way! I was sure it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape?
Well, it is shaped like a gourd, actually, but that's just a coincidence.
Oh, okay.
Cool. That works out.
Did we see everything we need to see over here? Yep. Looks that way. Because we already were looking at the decorations on there. Yeah, okay. So we've seen everything we need to see here. Time to look at the Gourd Lake Woods. What have we got here? Ooh, a camera.
I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping.
They've got guts camping at the scene of a murder.
Hey, Nick. If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder.
That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. This SUV has seen better days. It's dented all over. I can't believe anyone would drive their car down here. The sign says no camping. Funny place to pitch your tent.
Wait, what if the sign said no setting tents on fire?
I don't think they have signs like that.
Oh.
I mean, you still shouldn't, like, set your tents on fire, so good point, Maya.
There's food and some magazines on the sheet. It takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold.
Hey, Nick.
What? Don't tell me. You're hungry again.
No. I was just wondering why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum?
Yeah, no, that's also fair. You shouldn't sit on a cactus either. See? We're bringing up good points here.
They didn't talk about that in any of the law books.
So there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then?
I'm not having this conversation.
Whoop. Okay. Guess we could look at the trees here.
The trees grow quite thick here. Further back, the trees fade into the shadow where the sunlight can't reach them.
Alright, anything else? Slide down over.
This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. It must take pictures when triggered by a noise.
Wow, cool! Let's try it out.
Hi, I'm Nick.
Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough.
Hey, I'm Nick!
Huh? Nick! Will you stop that?
Maybe it's broken.
Don't kick it!
Maybe it isn't so...
Maybe it isn't set to respond to voices?
Well, what then? These things?
The party poppers?
Whoop, that seemed to do it.
Well, it responded.
Yahoo! I love this upcoming character. Like, I mean, I love certain aspects about her a lot. She's certainly interesting, is how I'll put it. How you get your hands off of that? What in the Sam Hill? Look what you doing now. There goes a whole roll of film. Sorry, nice, but it's not going to pay my bills. Y'all know how much a roll of that film costs?
I'll pay you back.
What were y'all thinking, setting off a party popper in a place like this? Right? I love her hair too. She's got such a glorious fro. What? Don't try to play stupid with me just because you think I'm some country bumpkin. Yeah, I know y'all. Yeah, I know how y'all Yanks think. I say these Southern folks talk that exaggerated drawl when they must be dumb. Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb doesn't mean we all are. Wait, what did she... I may have read that wrong, but did she just say she's dumb? Oh my god. But yeah, I love her, her over-exaggerated countryness. Do. Hang on, I just have to vibe with the music for a second. Okay. And who are you now? Her chaperone?
Yeah, no, rather, we're sort of friends?
That was interesting, Phoenix. Why didn't you just say friends right away? Am I trying to be weird? Just figure out what y'all are gonna say and say it for bejesus's sake. God, I'd rather sit through one of them Papa's drawers and listen to your stutter all day.
Oh boy. I guess we should pay her for the film.
Watch it.
Yes, ma'am.
On second thought,
On second thought, I'll pay later.
I'm really sorry.
Don't worry, X Demon. It's okay. Remember, he likes Edgeworth, right? We were talking about that, so it's all good. All right. I guess we'll talk to her. What happened here outside of you being upset with us with your camera deal? What? Can't you see I'm changing the film on my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming any names, but someone used up a whole roll.
Sorry.
That didn't work. Wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention.
Does she at least tell us her name?
What?
Nope. See, if this were me though, I'd be like so like, ooh, I'd be so upset. This is the only thing we got, so hey, I'm an attorney. Does that work for you?
This is my badge.
Huh? Our badge is supposed to be all shiny and impressive. You a cop or something?
I'm a lawyer?
What? Y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawyers on me on that. Wait, y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now. Cause I'll have y'all know I'm a fighter and I wrestle on meaner looking things than you.
No, that's not it at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake.
A murder? Sounds cool. Why didn't y'all say that in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like.
Finally, some cooperation.
You too. Y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't fight hard.
Oh, God. Come to think of it, where did Maya get to?
Sorry. I was feeling a little overwhelmed. The culture gap and all.
Never you mind, honey. I can talk Yank for you if it pleases you.
Thanks. I think I'll be okay.
Great then. I'm Lotta. Lotta Hart, but y'all can call me Lotta. See, Crowan? Got more punny names here. Lotta Hart. I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Mighty pleased to meet you. All right, so now you'll talk to us, right, Lotta? No, Crowan, you're not a dummy. If it makes you feel any better, this is embarrassing. Hang on, let me take a little sip. Okay, but is it the second game or is it the third game? Shoot, it's in one of the sequels. I think it's the third game. There is a character and his name is Luke Atme, and I was playing it for a little while, and I swear in mid-trial, like one of the trials, I was like, oh my god, it's look at me. It's look at me. That is the pun. I can't believe I didn't catch that until just now. Right? The look at me guy, he's so crazy. I hope to play all the Phoenix games, so eventually we'll get to him. Eventually. It'll take some time, but we will get there. Right? Yeah, it's like, oh geez, I can't believe I missed it. And I told some of my friends, I'm like, yo, so look at me, I just got that. And she was like, oh my god, how did you not know? Right, yeah, Edgeworth doesn't have a pun. It's so sad. And I mean, I guess if you think about it, Maya Fey, she doesn't really have a pun in her name either, unless I'm missing something. So yeah, most characters have puns, but some don't, so works out. Sometimes you can just miss them. Like for instance, D. Vasquez. I'm not entirely sure what her thing is. I think I looked it up once and it was supposed to be a play on diva, is what it was. So I was like, okay, but I didn't really catch that though. Anyway, so Maya.
So what is it you do, Lotta?
Huh? Me? Y'all don't really want to know what I had, do you? Actually, I'm a research student at Country U, right in the heart of the heartland.
Wow, neat. Nick, she's a research student at a university. Country U.
So I hear.
So when did you come up here?
Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago.
What are you photographing?
Didn't I tell y'all that already? Meteors. Yep, meteor showers.
Fallen stars.
Yeah, when was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately. It happened late in the night on Christmas Eve. That's so, Christmas Eve. A man on a boat was shot. Did you see anything? Well, let me see. A boat, you say? I reckon I might have seen one, not sure though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this year lake for a good 3 days now. I've seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kinda hard to remember which I've seen when. That's right, that's the only thing that we know, right, X-Demon? We know that for sure.
That's quite a camera you have there.
Y'all better know it. It's German made. A genuine Solingen. Ooh, I'm probably mispronouncing that word. I am so sorry. Solingen. Isn't that where they make knives?
So what's the device you have stuck in the camera?
Or stuck to the camera? Huh? Device?
Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper.
Oh, that. The mic triggers the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now.
A programmable camera. Neat.
You're picking up loud sounds like party poppers, and you're looking for meteor showers, Lotta? I don't know. I don't know if I buy that, Lotta. Do we have to present that to her? I wonder. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So you're a lawyer, huh? Tell you the truth, your badge is a lot more impressive than you are. Whoa, Lotta. Phoenix glare.
Oh.
I meant that one. Lotta. Yeah? So your camera, it triggers on loud explosion noises. Yup. Actually, the victim in the case we're researching, he was shot with a pistol. A pistol? Right. Now, wouldn't a gunshot make a similar noise to our party popper? I guess it would. Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it? Hey! Y'all are pretty bright. Huh? I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I have a look-see at my film. It would have been a photo taken late last night. I checked them once. Don't remember if there's anything on them, though. But what if I got something? I could be a witness to a genuine murder. Yeehaw! I'll go check that film. Y'all come back now, you hear? I love her. She's such an interesting character. Very spirited. And she has a really fun design too. Because as Crowin was mentioning earlier, she has wonderful hair. Let's see. She went inside her...
Oh, she went inside her SUV. I guess we should come back later.
Let's see, should we examine the lake? No? No? Is twig important? No? Alright, looked at that. This camera is rigged to respond to noise, but it only responds to loud noises, like a party popper. Which is weird, because again, you're looking at meteors, huh? Oops, wrong button. Woo! Alright, so, well, I guess we're moving on, because she's doing stuff. That's right, we haven't been to the boat rental shop yet.
Nick, what is this place?
A boat rental shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems. I guess a murder taking place on one of the boats wouldn't be good for business either.
Boats? I've never ridden a boat.
Really? Well, how about we go on one when the trial is finished?
Hey, good idea. You bet.
A small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone is around. They're probably closed because it's Christmas. There were some boats floating at the dock. Was one of these boats used in the murder, I wonder?
Nick?
Huh?
I changed my mind. I don't really want to go for a boat ride. You know, the whole murder thing. Yeah. Don't want to get murdered on the lake.
There's more forest off that way. I doubt I'd find any helpful clues in there. Or would we?
Forest preserves are creepy. You know, yep, they can be. Forests are cool. And they can be very beautiful. But yeah, especially at night, they can be creepy as heck. Right? Yeah, Lotta is out here working on Christmas. My goodness. You got a point there, Ergo. That's all, you know, she's a hard worker. She's a hard worker. See, Crowan, that's a good question because I think it's, I don't know if it was the localization that changed it or if it was designed that way, but I know everyone always jokes about it being quote unquote America because it's like not really. Yeah, they do treat Christmas pretty differently over in Japan. So yeah, X-Demon puts it pretty well. It's Japan America. So like, I think the game technically takes place in California, but it also doesn't. It's hard to say. Because like I said, I think part of the localization changed things. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But yeah, so we'll go with what X-Demon is saying. It's kind of an amalgamation of both. All right. Let's see, I might be missing something here. Let's go back to the entrance real quick. Yeah, I haven't been to the criminals' deferial department yet. That's right. Home to X-Demon. As many mommies. That's good. I like that, Crowan.
I guess Detective Gumshoe is still in that meeting.
Hey! Thanks for coming down, pal.
Detective Gumshoe!
We just finished the meeting, for better or for worse. I get the feeling we're in for some bad news. Do you know anything about the victim yet? No, still can't ID him.
Has Mr. Edgeworth said anything?
Not a word.
So how did the meeting go?
I can't tell you, pal. You're a lawyer. True? You know, I don't know what to believe anymore. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, human like you or me. Still, I get the feeling that if he'd done something wrong, he wouldn't go hiding it. That's just the kind of guy he is. Why can't anyone else see that? Clearly, if he was a murderer, he would have been like, yo, I did it!
So they think that Mr. Edgeworth did it?
Well, the trial starting tomorrow is scheduled.
I see.
Hey, in the end, you did tell us about the meeting. Don't go telling anyone else, pal. Yes, sir. And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgeworth. He needs help, and you're the one to help him. And I'm sure he's got some reason why he won't talk to us. He's a tsundere, damn it.
Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, how come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much?
It's 'cause I love him. Well, I mean, I think it's obvious. We've got strong working relationship, us two. Again, I love him. We trust each other, and that's how it works.
A working relationship?
See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendants declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme at times, but here's a reason.
And X-Demon, no, me too. I have seen some stuff about, like, you know, Edgeworth and Gumshoe together. And, you know, I think it's cute. I definitely stand more for Phoenix and Edgeworth, but I could see that too. It'd be pretty cute. Despite the fact that Edgeworth is, well, one, constantly docking his pay, and, you know, not necessarily the nicest to Gumshoe, so there's that, but yeah, I do like it. It's a very cute ship.
He trusts our investigation, see? He trusts us to get the right man. That's why I work extra hard, pal. We've got to earn that trust he places in us.
I see.
Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust, and you have my word on that. I was wondering, did you ever get that autopsy report? Oh, that? Yeah, I made a copy for you.
Yay! But is it updated? Well, it's probably pretty safe. We just got it, so. Thank you.
Nick?
Huh?
Can you show me that photo of the victim? That face.
Someone you know?
I don't know. I just have this feeling that I met him somewhere a long time ago. Intrigue. Does this mean anything to you, Gumshoe?
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now.
Well, at least you told us.
Well, I hope it helps you, pal. Thanks, detective.
Hey, did you know I'm an attorney?
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. What is an attorney?
Should we examine around the office? It's the Badger!
Hey, is that the police department's mascot? That's the Blue Badger! It was my idea! I made it! It's my mascot! I see. How nice. I'll get him assigned mascot of the Criminal Affairs Department if it's the last thing I do! Good luck.
He's got goals. He's the type of guy who can call you pal. Yes, yes. No, I agree. I agree. When Gumshoe calls you pal, he means it.
A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Alright. Hands against the wall, all of you. Don't even think about escaping. I got eyes in the back of my head. Must be doing image training for arrests. Or writing a fan fiction. I don't know. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks.
Oh, no, I already did that. Okay. I think we've looked at everything around in here. Okay. So it's probably time... We've already talked to Gumshoe about everything. So it's probably time to go back to Gourd Lake. Or possibly to the Detention Center. Let's try Gourd Lake first, because I don't think Edgeworth is about to crack yet. He's not ready to accept that we can help him. Let's go to the woods. Let's see if Lotta's done. Yeah, I think she is. Funny, some of them are logged into Wattpad. Yes, yes. Yeah, they look on the computer and be like, well, yeah. Somebody's writing up some stories over here. Hi, y'all. Long time no see. It's been like, what, 5 minutes? Lotta, wait up a sec. We got bingo. Bingo? My automatic camera took 2 pictures last night. Hey, this is them. Take a look.
Wait!
See, he's shooting him with a pistol.
It looks like that, yes. That or he has a really weird finger, but you can't really tell who that is shooting.
Yeah, well, there was enough fog out there last night to strangle a bullfrog. But, you know, seeing these photos reminded me of something. What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. What?
Are you serious?
Course.
How do you forget? Never mind.
Y'all reckon I should tell the cops? I reckon so. I reckon no. Well, I mean, I know what ends up happening, but what happens if we say I reckon no?
I reckon no.
What's that? Now, don't y'all think y'all can pull one over me just because you speak the lingo? I know enough to know when you see a murder, you'd best tell the cops. It's my obligation as a citizen. Hey, so I'm off to talk to the cops. Y'all can have this photo. Later.
Oh, wait, Lotta!
What? Can't y'all see I'm kind of busy?
Tell us what you saw, too, please.
Nice try, honey, but I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a witness, and that means I'm on the side of justice. And that means the cops. I'd sooner eat the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. Lotta! Betrayal! I thought we were friends. Don't let it get your scabies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Or was that the other way around? No matter, I'm gone. Hey, maybe they'll let me do some testifying. Hot darn!
Crowing. Yep, right, she's savage.
She left. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick?
Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do about it. The question is, what exactly did she see? I guess we'll find out in the trial tomorrow.
Nothing new to examine, it looks like. Everything's all the same. Is it now time that we can talk to Edgeworth? Oh, something else is happening.
Looks like the police have given up their interviewing.
Hey!
Nick, I think Santa's mad at you.
Long time no see, Nick.
Nick, you know Santa? Wow, Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection.
I love it.
Don't be ridiculous. Dude, it's me. Larry, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. What? Gotta get money for dates. You know, my girl Kianse deserves the best. Kianse? Not another model, I hope. Oh, Kianse's a fine, fine woman, Nick. It was her idea that I wear this costume. See, I'm trying to slip into Lana now where I'm just like, y'all. She was all, you go, girlfriend, you know? Oh, sorry about that. Okay. And she bought this costume for me. That's great, Larry.
Wow, a Santa costume. She must be really nice.
Whoa, dude. Nick, who's she? She's not my what? No, she's not. She's 17, brah.
I'm his partner, Maya Faye. I'm the little sister.
Sister? Wow, Nick, must be tough. Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister.
I don't know what voice I'm doing here. I was trying to do like a surfer dude voice for him, but I don't know what that was just there.
No, I'm not Nick's sister. I'm my older sister's little sister.
Huh, sounds great.
Don't worry, Maya, he's not listening.
Hey, Larry, there was a murder here last night. Since you work here, have you heard anything?
Nick, you're wasting your time. Last night was Christmas Eve. He was with Kianse, obviously. He wouldn't have been standing out here in the cold.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Guess he was.
I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya. No, it's just Kianse's not in town right now. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot. A model, you knew it. Well, anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. The trial's tomorrow. Huh, neat. The defendant is Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth.
Nick, why would Larry know Edgeworth?
Whoa, Nick! You don't mean that Miles Edgeworth? Old Edgy? Yeah, he's a murder suspect. Whoa, murder?
Huh, you know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry?
Yeah, of course. Edgy was in the same class as us in grade school.
What?
Right, old Edgy?
Tell me about the dogs.
We're gonna forget momentarily that you just said you know Edgeworth and just go straight to samurai dogs.
You mean the samurai dogs?
Why are they samurai dogs? I mean, they kind of look gourd-shaped.
Oh, well, originally they were gourd dogs. You know, like guard dogs?
Ouch.
The samurai thing was Kianse's idea. Oh, she's my woman, you know? She was all, change the name, and you go, girlfriend. She made me that banner. Man, the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs.
Something about that just seems wrong.
Oh, and guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here at the lake, but with the big news.
The big news?
Yeah, Gordy!
I'm glad that delivery was good then.
Gordy?
Oh, here. Should we go back to Edgeworth or Gordy? We'll be in order this time. We'll go for Gordy. We'll save the Edgeworth bit for last.
What's Gordy?
You mean you don't know? It's here. It's in this very lake. A giant, mysterious monster. Gordy.
A monster?
Yeah. Check it out. This is an article from yesterday's newspaper. There's a photo.
Whoa, it's really real!
Dun dun dun!
Nick, a monster! A real monster!
Yeah, it's probably just a log or something, right? Hey, there's a quote here from the person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got into the frame, I heard a loud bang like an explosion, followed by the sound of something slipping into the water.
I wish I could have seen it.
Why would there be sound like an explosion? Larry, could I borrow this article from you? Sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million.
1 million?
Grow up, Larry. Gotta love Larry Butts. Alright.
So, back to the Edgeworth bit. That bombshell? So, Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry?
Yeah, Nick, him, and I used to hang out all the time. We were best buds.
Wow, I never knew.
Don't get me wrong, he's always been kind of a stick in the mud, studying all the time, trying to be like father. What a nerd.
Like his father?
Yeah, Edgy's pop was a famous defense lawyer back in the day.
Whoa, wait, you said defense lawyer?
Yeah.
Wait a second, but Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting attorney.
What? Edgy's got a proboscis on his knee? What?
I forgot about that. Proboscis?
No, he's a prosecuting attorney. That's like the total opposite of a defense lawyer.
Huh? Go figure. He always used to talk about defending the weak who were unable to defend themselves.
Right. It doesn't help I'm giving him that stoner voice, but yeah, he comes off that way too. Pretty baked sounding. Man, he used to go on and on about man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. Yeah, well, Larry is definitely on something, I'm sure. I agree with you there, ex-demon.
I wonder what changed his mind, though. Do you know, Nick?
Nick?
Oh, we're just being silent there, Nick?
Do we or don't we now?
Did you know I'm a defense attorney?
Oh, that's your attorney badge, is it? Dude, you really helped me back in that trial. Remember the first case that, it was basically like the tutorial? Thanks for that. Sorry, I can't really pay back. 'Cause you blew it all on Keonce, yeah. But you can have all the dogs you want.
Really?
Larry, if you let her at your dogs, you won't have any left for the other customers. No problem, if that's what makes her happy,
Let's see. Crowan, you want what he's having? Steven, me too with my phone. I love it. I love it, you guys are having fun.
How many times do I have to remind you that it was me who got you off the hook?
Do you know anything about cameras, Larry?
What's that? It's a camera. You take pictures with it.
Huh? See, Larry, this is why just a few minutes ago we were saying you sound baked.
Larry, you don't know what a camera is?
Of course I know! You're looking at a bona fide junior high graduate! I was talking about the weird contraption on the camera. Oh, that. Well, it's hard to explain. Just forget about it.
What do you mean it's hard to explain? You just tell him it's a microphone.
Well, don't show me it, or don't go showing me it then. Jeez.
What happened to your defense attorney, mommy?
Hey, Larry, you know this guy? Who's this? I don't know. That's why I asked you. Who's this, Maya?
Well...
Oh, wait. Maya said she had seen him before, didn't she?
She's fine. She'll just break out. Let's see.
Ugh, what's this? My eyes have been getting pretty bad lately, Nick. Actually, the photo's blurry, Larry. Don't worry, your eyesight's fine. It was taken last night. Last night? Sorry, Nick. Yeah, I don't know much about that. Even though I was the one who gave it to you. I'm just a simple samurai dog vendor.
Alright, well, I mean, we talked to him about everything. We showed him all of our stuff. I think, no offense, but I think we're done, Larry. Bye! Let's see. Now should we go talk to Edgeworth? Let's go see. Will he talk to it? No, we didn't get that. Oh, well, here's this, the did you do it? Hey, Edgeworth, we've been tromping around a little while talking to folks. Edgeworth, did you do it?
Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask, but you didn't do it, right? Right? Think what you will. I have only one request. Huh? Stay out of this case.
Why? But Nick is trying to help you.
I know that, but I don't want your help, okay?
Why not?
I have to protect my image, my tsundere image. Look, just go away and leave me alone. Also, I don't want you to get hurt.
Nick, Mr. Edgeworth did it, didn't he?
Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere.
But Nick...
I don't think it's time. It's not time yet. Must be missing something. Yes. Also, Edgeworth, kiss me. Kiss me, Phoenix. Let's see. We'll go back to here. We'll see Larry. Maybe we're not completely done with Wada? No? Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's no way to talk to her necessarily because she's not out and about. Okay, hang on. Let's go to the boat rental shop again. Nope. You're missing something. That's always the weird thing, is, when you're not sure what you've missed, could be you didn't click on something, or you didn't present something to somebody. It can take a hot second to figure out, alright, what didn't I show you? Yeah, I showed Larry that, and he didn't have anything to say about it. It didn't bring up any new talking points. There's nothing new to examine over here either. So we definitely are good in this area, it seems like. If I go back over here, should we go to the Criminal Affairs Department? Ah, okay, there we go. That's where we were needing to be.
Not a Gumshoe in sight.
If you're looking for Detective Gumshoe, he's in the questioning room. Apparently an important witness turned up. He'll be in there for a while.
A lot of heart. It has to be.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, we learned that. So, there's nothing new for us to examine. So does that mean now can we go to the detention center? No, dang it. Okay. So we gotta... Oh, oops, wrong place. We gotta get Edgeworth to agree to let us help. Gosh dang it, I didn't mean to hit that one either. Wasn't paying attention. Gotta pay attention to where I click. Okay. Alrighty. So we know that Lotta's talking to him. If I can't find it in a second, I might have to consult the old walkthrough just to be on the safe side. I don't want you guys watch me clicky back and forth for like 20 minutes, you know? You know what? Speaking of that, I'm gonna double check real quick. It's gonna be something like super obvious, like, hey, did you show them this? And be like, gosh dang it, I didn't show them that. I'm a right old fool. Right old fool. Now I know that you guys are familiar with the Phoenix Wright series. Does anyone have a favorite character? Well, I'm trying to look this up to see what I'm missing. Because I would probably say... It's tough. I really like Maya. Maya's great. She's super funny. She always makes me laugh. I love Phoenix as well, because he's just a great character too overall. I like a lot of these characters, to be completely honest with you. I really don't think there's anybody that I truly dislike. Maybe save a couple people. But yeah, I would probably say that Maya's one of my favorite characters. And Crowan, you say that your favorite is, design-wise, Von Karma. Now, I don't know if it's spoilery territory, because I know that we all know about Phoenix in the chat right now. But for anybody who might be watching this later who may not want to be spoiled, you could just say, is it a Von Karma? Well, is it a Von Karma? Well, actually, no. If it's a Von Karma in this game, because you've only played the first game, right, Crowan? Because if that's the case, then yes, I do agree with you that way too. They do have a very good design. Oh, you're like the whippy one. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, she appears in the second game. But yeah, I like her too. As X Demon says, the hot one, yes. Indeed. Okay, so it looks like we have to go to the office. I'm glad I double checked that because I usually hesitate to just go right back to the office because generally there's not too much we need to do from there. But yeah, no, she's a pretty great character. I enjoy her. Von Karma, I mean. Yeah, what is it?
Oh, nothing. Just something has been bothering me. Could you show me that autopsy report once more? Hey, I remember now. This guy. He's a lawyer that was at that office Mia worked at. I met him once when I went there to hang out with Sis.
That office? Wait, you mean Grossberg's office?
Right, that guy.
That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him, for old time's sake.
Crowan. That's true. That is X Demon's phrase, especially in today's chat. So best to let him say it, or them say it. Let's see. For old time's sake. And it's funny. I gave Grossberg a Western accent as well, or like a country-esque accent. So there's going to be 2 of those this stream. It seems like. Your other mother. See, saying other mommy makes me think of Coraline. That's like the first thing my brain goes to. I love that movie. And the book. The book is really good too. But anyway. All right, I have to remember exactly how this goes. But I'll try. Well, we'll probably slide into it somehow.
Yeah. That old familiar clearing of the throat. Yeah, you're me is something, are you not? I was her understudy. Yes, Phoenix Wright. Don't you remember me? I mean, I talked with you like a couple trials ago. Yeah, hi, and you're me is something too, are you not?
Her little sister, yeah.
You've grown. You've come to look a lot like your sister, you know? It takes me back. The days of my youth, like the scent of fresh lemon, you see. Mr. Grossberg, sir?
Right. Grossberg is a beautiful man.
Yes, I beg your pardon. Of course, you came here to discuss something. What is it then? Something the matter?
Yo, what happened? Just in general, what happened?
There was a murder last night. Murder? Yeah, you haven't heard? Just got up, you see. Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol.
Supposedly.
Edgeworth? What? Nani the fuck? Who did he shoot? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. This is terrible news indeed. I guess he hadn't heard anything.
Oh, this wasn't the case that scared you? Also, it was a different one maybe then.
Mr. Grossberg, whatever happened to that painting? Oh, yes. I don't think it shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it is stolen. I suppose it is my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts.
Guess I gotta show him something more interesting.
Strange. I feel as though I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Did you remember? No, he just scared me. No. He was a lawyer here in my office. That's Hammond, Robert Hammond.
Mr. Hammond?
And you say this is the man Miles Edgeworth shot?
Supposedly. Steven. I'm not sure if you're referring to yourself, if you're referring to Gersberg, but if so, I would probably make that same reaction too if it happened to me suddenly like that, where I'm like, oh, I gotta go.
Who is this Hammond guy anyway? Yeah, Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case. That case? Yes, the DL6 incident.
Ah, yep. No, I agree. I would... It does kind of sound like you would have been doing that. DL6, why does that sound so familiar? Because it's been mentioned a lot in this game.
Perhaps you remember. I'm sure someone mentioned it during the trial. For Mia's... Oh, sorry, I thought that was Gresberg. I'm sure somebody mentioned it during Mia's trial. That was the incident where the police were at a loss. They used a spirit medium.
Wait, you don't mean... Was that the medium... Or was that medium... my mother?
Yes, my dear. The spirit medium Misty Fay, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim.
DL69. Yes. Nice job there, Steven.
But the case was a loss. No conviction was made. The DL6 incident, yes, happened 15 years ago. A very strange case indeed. They never caught the criminal, right? Correct. Misty Fay used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. Her testimony led to charges being laid against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case, and the suspect was declared innocent.
And the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Grossberg?
Yes, right.
Thank you.
No, please, don't mention it. DL6. Never thought I'd hear that name again.
But wait, what does that case have to do, or have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth?
It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in the DL6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth.
What? His father?
If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you.
Wait, this is a photograph of my mother.
The feels up in here right now. Gregory Edgeworth. When I looked into the chat, I was not expected to see that. I love that. Gregory Edgeworth. That's great. That's great. My husband recently, I was asking him for an idea to draw something. And he was like, what if Miles Edgeworth was gardening and then he was Miles Hedgeworth? Because he was like, hedging. And I was like, done. And that made me laugh. And so that gets me. I like that. All right. So now we can go show this to Edgy Boy. Now we can show it to him. Or actually, will he know any of this stuff?
So this is the moment the crime took place, eh? Yes. You can't really say for sure that's Edgeworth. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Not sure at all.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I liked how that drawing came out. That was a fun one. Have you heard about the monster at Gourd Lake? Or Gourd Lake?
My apologies, I'm not sure I can help you with that.
So I know you just gave it to me.
Misty Fay, mother of Mia and Maya Fay. You know, the girl who's right here with you. Show this photograph to Miles Edgeworth. I already said that. He'll have something to say to you then. Cool.
Hey, so these are the deets.
My apologies. I'm not sure I can help you with that.
Hey, what do you think about cameras?
So this camera on the lake takes a photo whenever it hears an explosion sound?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
It just happened to be set up on the beach pointing out on the lake.
Yeah, she said it was to photograph shooting stars.
Shooting stars, explosions. What's the connection? I'd be suspicious of this witness of yours.
See, that's what I said earlier. Hey, Grossberg, did you know I'm a defense attorney?
You've really grown up in the past few years, my dear. How proud Mia would be if she could see you now.
She said she was more worried about me than anything.
Just go on and take the compliment, will you? Okay. Let's go. Finally convince Edgeworth here to let us help him.
What's this? I was hoping you'd gotten my message the first time. Edgeworth, what about your defense? It's no concern of yours. Guess he hasn't found anyone yet.
Hey, so... Hang on. Before we do that, let's present this, because he probably won't say anything to us.
Gasp! Edgeworth, it's only been a matter of hours since you last visited, yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation.
Praise from Edgeworth, he does care.
I'll admit it, I'm impressed, Wright. You are always single-minded in your work there. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you? About the DL6 incident. Right, DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That is why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job.
I mean, I think you also said we were wet behind the ears, too, so I think you kinda were. But, yeah, we know you didn't really mean it like that.
I just wanted to keep you away from DL6 and all the heartbreak.
So do you still think it would be better for me to stay away?
I don't know. But I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer to the best of my abilities.
Right, I agree, X-Demon. Deep down, Edgy Boy is a softy boy.
The DL6 incident was when my father died. Right before my eyes, he was shot and killed, and I saw it all.
Gasp.
My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. In any case, a suspect was arrested. A man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name. And Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder? Correct.
That spirit medium. That was my mom.
What? You mean you're... It's strange. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now this. About to end? The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, on December 28th.
December 28th?
The statute of limitations on the case runs out in 3 days.
What?
Nick, what does that mean?
When a case's statute of limitations runs out legally, the case never happened. 3 days from now, DL6 will be closed forever.
Ooh. What happened to the suspect? The one who got off innocent?
I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now. I guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. It'd be hard to live a normal life after being a murder suspect in such a big case.
So was your father a lawyer?
He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently.
So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Aw, poor Edgeworth. Just want to give him a little hug. He's going through a lot right now. So will you let me represent you now?
Your attorney's badge? I can't say I really want to see one of those right now. Alright. What about this camera? What do you think? You're not in the mood for idle banter? Hey, here's the autopsy report. I'm sorry. I can't think of anything I want to say about that. Hey, so is this you? Huh. Who would have thought there'd be a photo? Edgeworth, did you shoot him? What do you think, Wright? I don't think you're the kind to point a gun at anyone, no.
So you didn't shoot him?
No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Right. It pains me to ask you this now.
I know! You want us to defend you!
Yes, will you?
Of course we won't. Of course we will. We'll defend you, Edgy.
And who could have guessed this day would come? Not me. This is my chance to finally pay you back.
Pay him back?
Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you.
Crowing in the next demon. Of course we won't. I like your added nerd at the end of that there, Crone. In an alternate universe, that would have been a funny scene to play out. Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know about my feelings.
Huh? My letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe. Well, I guess we should. What's that?
It's a big one! It's calming down. Whew, that was scary.
Huh? Where's Edgeworth?
There! He's on the floor in a ball, shivering. I guess he doesn't do so well with earthquakes.
I've heard of running, but curling up in a ball?
Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's gonna stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick.
Right. So we're just gonna leave him on the floor then. Alright, sounds good.
Right, poor Edgy.
We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe.
So that means we're we're going to the Criminal Affairs Department. My ad-libs got you. I'm glad my ad-libs can do some good sometimes.
What's going on here? What's wrong, Detective? This wild lady comes in here just a while ago.
No, see, I'm so used to doing southern accents on this stream today. Oh boy, okay.
Said she came to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. Wright had to...
God damn, I'm doing it again.
What's this all about, pal?
A lot of heart.
Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth the death sentence, pal?
No, not at all. Just, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't go around covering up evidence. Right? Third time's the charm. Third country accent for the stream.
You're trying to say something about the way I do my job?
No, sir.
Should we show, there we go.
Look what I got. What if he was like, look what I got?
Hey, you did it, pal. You finally made him do it. He opened up to you. That good old Sundari. He finally admitted it. Glad I waited to the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you.
Thanks, Detective. Well, see you in court tomorrow then.
Good luck, pal. Hey, you guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried.
Worried? We're fine. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, right. He did seem to overreact a little, now that you mention it. And we did just leave him there shivering on the floor as he was in the fetal position. So, we'll just leave that out of there.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big quake. I'm gonna go check on him. You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Later.
I wonder what is with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes.
I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. I wonder. Then again, I really got to know him in the 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. So I figured what we could do is, Because I know we've gone for a little while now, and I don't necessarily want to stop just yet. But I figured what we can do is we can do the trial. We'll do the first trial, and then after that, we will call it a stream for tonight. So let's go ahead and do our first day's trial. Let's see what happens. It's a good thing I've been stuck in the country accent because I'm sure Lotta Hart will be out there, so at least I know I've got that down.
Karma? That's right, Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He's a god of prosecution. Right, a god.
Not a single case?
He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. Sounds like someone else I know. Edgeworth? You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. That's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence. He taught me what it really means to prosecute. What? Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10.
Ugh. So is he your teacher then, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something like that.
And now he's going to get you found guilty? What a creep. Oh, wait. Maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out.
Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in 40 years. 40 years! He's as ruthless as me times 20.
That's pretty ruthless.
Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. I guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia... Maya?
Uh-huh.
We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think?
Oh. I can't. Sorry. I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach.
You couldn't reach?
I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again.
Oh man, what bad timing. I'm really
sorry. I'll try my best.
I hope so. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. We were just talking about how hot you are. I mean, well, it's time. Let's head in.
Alright, let's do this. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. When I played it on the DS, I gave, I would read the lines out loud, and I gave Von Karma a voice, and I can't remember what it was. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Court is now in session. I'm a judge. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think I would stand here, where I'm not completely prepared? Right, my apologies. He's even got the judge scared.
Right? Although, I will say, Crowan, it doesn't take much for the judge to get weirdly emotional up there. But yeah, it's fun to see him get a little flustered and nervous.
Very well, your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course, that should be fine.
Dracula voice.
I am Dracula.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, I can either continue the thing I was doing, or we can just go ham and just do
just this the entire time. The prosecution may call its first witness.
What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something?
How am I supposed to fight against this?
Okay, we're getting votes for Dracula.
I call the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
I don't know what that was. That was my attempt at Dracula so far. We'll get it.
Okay, Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes. Okay, pal, don't try to make me country again. Get your accents right. Describe the incident now.
Von Carmula! Oh my gosh! I love it, Crowan. That was great. Von Carmula. I might have to doodle that one day. That's pretty funny.
Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe looks nervous. Please, take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve, around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were 2 men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. It went towards the boat rental shop. Overhead map added. Testify to the court about the arrest. Now... wait, Mr. Von Karma. Yes. I don't know what that was. I just went, yes. Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings. Do you not know who I am? Wrong. There is only one thing you need to do here. You will slam your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role. Ah. Yes, of course. You're quite right. No, he's not.
Oh, the finger wave gives you Bruce Lee vibes growing? I could see that. Absolutely, I could see that.
A man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight.
I was trying to press and I'm like, oh wait, the text isn't green yet. Can't do that.
We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all, but the next morning a body was found in the lake, so we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I didn't want to do it. I see. Very well. Begin your cross-examination, attorney. Now. Yeah, okay, that's my line, but sure, you can say it.
Oh, wait, that's right, duh. Now we can press. You received a call from a man.
Yep.
But you said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right?
Ha ha ha! That woman and the man who called into the reports are 2 different people, obviously. Ah!
I keep wanting to do like, like the Count from Sesame Street.
Different people. And there were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today I've summoned the woman who was camping.
The woman who was camping? What a heart.
What happened next, detective? We headed to the scene of the crime. Duh.
How long was it between receiving the report and your arrival at the lake?
Yeah, well, I'd say it was about 3 minutes.
That's pretty fast.
Our motto for the month is get there quick. Detective, you will refrain from casually revealing department secrets. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I look forward to your next year's salary review. No, so much to look forward to these days. This is no time for dejected daydreaming. Continue. Yes, sir.
Whoopsies. There we go. That's where we found Edgeworth. What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then?
Well, I mean, he was attractive as always, and then from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really. Totally innocent, I swear. Totally innocent looking. Detective, the court requires the facts and not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, detective. Hard, cold, objective facts. Yes, sir.
And he's got his share of objections. Why didn't you think he was suspicious?
You should know. We both think he's innocent, right? We have a deep trust relationship with the prosecutors. Detective, the court isn't interested in your musings. Deep trusting poppycock. I've never heard so many flippant comments from an active detective of the force.
Detective Gumshoe doesn't look so good.
Continue now. Or I will be forced to suck your blood.
Did you find any clues on the body?
A single bullet was recovered from the body. He was shot through the heart. And you're to blame! You give love a bad name! Sorry. He was shot through the heart fatally. Judge, here's the bullet. I didn't strike a bow. We didn't strike bows, which shape is well preserved. Count, let's see, Crowan says, Count Carmula isn't real, he can't hurt you. That's what they say, but he's so real. And he will hurt you. He didn't strike a bones, which shape is well preserved. Very well, the court accepts this bullet. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth.
Oops, I didn't press it, but oh well.
Nick, does it seem like Detective Gumshoe is being a little vague? I mean, vaguer than usual.
I bet Von Karma is feeding him lines. His testimony is probably filled with landmines, just waiting for me to press.
What do we do?
Grit our teeth and press, I guess. What else can we do?
I mean, I have been pressing. Okay. So let's see. So a man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight, headed to the scene as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. I didn't suspect him at all. The next morning, a body was found. We had to arrest him. I didn't press this, but just in case, let's do it real quick.
Why is that? Well, we found a murder weapon in the boat. The murder weapon? The pistol. Detective Gumshoe. That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony.
I am really glad that I pressed on that now.
Right. Sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence. But if you don't want to think it's decisive, please prove me wrong. What about the pistol made it decisive evidence? Disc. He has that same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There were fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat.
And you know what? Yeah, Crow, in this instance, I did just kind of like, well, you know, it's usually my habit. I do it anyway. But there was a part of me that almost was like, we'll be fine. So I'm glad that I trusted my instincts there and just went with it for giggles.
They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand.
I mean, he did pick it up. And like, again, I'm not saying that should be what we're gonna fight with here, but like, what if someone else shot him and then Edgeworth picked up the gun after? You know, it's a possibility.
What?
Because I mean, in that opening shot, we do see him we do see him holding the pistol, so he does hold it.
Order! So Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon?
What if he shot himself and then passed it to him? You know, growing? That's fair. He just chucked it at him, you know? Like, here, you take it.
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question. I accept it into evidence. That man scares me. Members of the court, we now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found in the body. Detective. Yes, sir? Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol? Yes, the ballistic... Sorry, my soul left my body there. Yes, the ballistic markings on the bullet match the pistol.
That's right. I got that from you, Crow, and they were like, oh, he can't hurt you. I was like, everyone should be afraid of him.
Hey, Nick. What does he mean, ballistic markings?
Shocking. To imagine someone here doesn't know something as basic as ballistic markings.
Nick, he's glaring at me.
Tisk. Very well. I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it. Me? You're letting me do my job? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun.
You know what would have been really funny if he started and then Von Karma was like, but this is actually how it is, you know? Just like cuts him off. So
the barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate. Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was without a doubt fired from this pistol.
Right? Wouldn't put it past him.
This pistol, which, as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints. Order, order!
Oh, this is bad. This makes it look like Edgeworth did it.
Well, Judge, I'd say it's almost decisive, yeah. Honestly, I could declare a guilty verdict at this point. Or declare a verdict and it would be guilty, I tell you that. However... You wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a break. I will call my witness after a recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge? Yeah? What are you doing? A 10-minute recess? Now... But wait, Just bang your flimsy gavel and get it on with, man.
I don't know what voice that was, sorry.
Or I will suck your blood. Yeah. I have a fear of vampires. This court will take a 10-minute recess. I don't want to lose my blood.
Who's running this court anyway? Alright, hydrate there a little bit. Edgeworth, did you know Von Karma's a vampire? What's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon. You totally didn't tell me that. Yeah, I might have neglected to mention that. And the foggy photo foggy photo makes one thing clear. The only one who could have shot that man was the person in the photo.
True.
Was that you in the boat?
Yes, it was me.
What?
But you must believe me. I didn't shoot him.
Then who did?
I don't know.
You don't know? Weren't you right there?
I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why. I thought at that time that he had shot himself.
You mean it was a suicide?
That's the only explanation I can come up with.
Huh. How am I going to convince anyone of that? Say, Maya.
Huh? What?
Any progress with Mia?
Oh, sorry. It's no good.
Ah.
I know. I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick?
No! Don't say that, Maya. We love you. What heartless monster would ever click, yeah, you're useless? And before you even suggested, I will not. I will not. I would fall over and die if I did that. I could not hurt Maya. No, I need you here. I mean, just to see, it's kind of like how, like when you play Undertale, and you're tempted to do the genocide run, but you're like, now just watch somebody do it instead. That's how I would be with this. I'd watch someone press it, but I would never do it. I just couldn't. I just can't do that to poor Maya. No, of course not. I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help out. Even if you don't actually help. Whoa, Phoenix! She does too. It's the thought that counts, right?
It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about trials or defense. It's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits.
Everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. As we say this right in front of Edgeworth, I'm a terrible defense attorney. But you never know when my luck is gonna run out. Right, Edgeworth?
Really?
Whoa! Right! I am standing right the fuck here. Don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart.
Right, not a good look, Phoenix. I agree, Crowan. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Whoopsies.
Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness. Just please, don't vamp anyone. Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand?
Alright, now I can do the country voice. Watch, I'll be trying to do, the Dracula voice instead this time.
Lotta Hart, you are a research student at a university?
That was wacky. Anytime I try to do the Dracula voice, if I'm not, like, prepared for it, I just kind of sound like I'm doing a weird off, like, Italian accent. Anyway, that I am.
Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident. Don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand?
Y'all need to learn some manners.
Understand?
Yeah, I understand. You're calling a strange fusion? I mean, hey, if I did accidentally slip into it, like if I slipped into the Dracula one there, or what I'm trying to do is a Dracula, but sounds kind of more weird Italian, we can just say that Lotta Hart's she's been converted to a vampire, you know? We can say that.
Very well. Your testimony, please.
It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked out on the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Then there was another bang. There wasn't a nary thing out on the lake but that boat. So yeah, that's what I saw. Enough. Huh?
Judge, she happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo. Accept it as evidence.
Hope she doesn't get vamped. I hope so too.
Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Egods.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here.
Order! I will remove people from...
Oh gosh, now the judge has been countrified.
I will remove people from this courtroom if I do not have order immediately. As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There was no other boats on the lake. So the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth. Order! Order! I will have order! Well, Judge... The evidence is decisive as heck. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Oh, wait! Your Honor, I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. A cross-examination. We have photographic proof. What question could there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words. And they all read guilty. You lose. Or do you claim to have found a contradiction in your testimony? Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. And then I will have you held in contempt of court, and then I will drink your blood.
Nick, contempt, drink blood, this is weird.
Contempt of court, you know.
I guess I understand. What are you gonna do? Do you really think there was a contradiction with the facts in her testimony?
I think there was. I think I noticed one little thing.
Well, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right, let's take him on.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness. Very well done. I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time.
Which tells me we better save. Just in case. We don't want Von Karma to vamp us. Alright, so it was Kristen Eve, wow. It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. Alright, I can press, right? Von Karma's not gonna kill me for that, right?
Yeah, just after midnight, you say.
You can save? Mind blown! Yes, it is always great when you can save, especially in games like this. Oh my god, such a lifesaver. When I was playing the Miles Edgeworth Investigations, there was a point where what happened? Well, I won't say what was happening per se because I don't want to spoil anything. But I hadn't been paying attention to my health meter, if you will, in the game, and I finally got to a point where like if I got like one thing wrong, I would have to like restart that like section, and I was like, oh crap. So I had to save and just keep going over and over and over again with that one little bit of health. So I was like, oh geez, this is so stressful. So I'm always trying to keep ahead of that now, or especially now. All right.
In other words, it was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day.
That's right, the pressure. Huh? Yeah, well, yes.
I know you want to find contradictions, but really... I hope your next contradiction is a little more relevant to the trial. Witness, continue your testimony.
Oh, man, I wanna... You know, I'm gonna press it. Lip on Karma Vamplus if you wishes.
Why were you camping there anyway?
I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research.
Research? This all sounds suspicious. Press further. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research? What does this witness's motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained. Wait, now I'm the one who says that. Well then say it already. Objection sustained. Thanks for nothing, Your Honor.
I heard this bang. Alright. That sounds pretty dope, actually.
So you weren't looking at the lake that time?
It's a very wacky situation indeed, especially with this vampire business we've got going on now. Nope. I looked after I heard that noise.
She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions. No leisurely chat with the witness.
Gents in a boat,
Could you clearly see the two men?
Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you?
No. Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men.
Yeah, well, of course,
The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions. He jumped in quick. He's hiding something. Dare I say a bat in the belfry?
I don't know, that was the only joke about bats I could think of. There was another bang.
Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out?
Well, yeah, sure.
You're asking meaningless questions, meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble.
On Karma, I think I hate you.
He's trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end?
It wasn't there. Oh, I forgot I already did that stuff, so okay. Now we just press.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, sure as a country gal can be.
That sounds pretty sure. Let's do it. How come you're so sure?
Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake.
Scanned the whole lake? Almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Divides.
Oh, you know what I just realized? If we're trying to go for a Dracula voice, he wouldn't be saying his W's. He'd be doing a V.
Miss Divides. The witness has answered the question in full.
There we go. The true Dracula voice has ascended. Here we go. Actually, Ergo brought up a good point one time. Speaking of vampires, he was like, wait, what if vampires are really vampires because they don't say the V's? You know, they always go, yeah, they're like, yeah, they always do that. And I'm like, gasp. So now I can't get it out of my head that they're actually really called vampires. Right, yeah, Crowan, the character keeps evolving. How many times will Von Karma's voice change? Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
No need for further questions. Objection sustained. That's what I'm... Sustained? Yes, of course.
Oh, really? Calls them vampires? That's awesome. Woo! See? It's canon now, for sure.
Oh, great. Enough! I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. It seems you are unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting. Oh, but, Your Honor, the vampires... You keep your promise.
I almost said Mr. Vite.
Mr. Wright, I am afraid that I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you in contempt of court. And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Uh-huh.
Nick, Lotta's testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy.
I know what you mean, but if I can't say anything, what can we do? I believe we've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Then pass your judgment. Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. Huh? Who was that?
It was me!
Maya, is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities?
You know, what if Maya was like, yeah, I really gotta go.
No, I do not. Lotta Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death.
The face that she made. Lotta's face.
Lotta, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol?
Right. That's right, Crowan. This is why we stand by Maya. Building up that nerve. Standing up.
You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst.
Answer me, Lotta.
What's the big idea? Treating me like some kind of criminal. I saw him. I swear it. I saw Edgeworth.
Enough. Judge, declare the defense in contempt of court. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave. No.
Wait! I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent.
That's the difference.
See now what we're doing? We're getting that right now.
All that remains is for the guilty verdict to be declared.
Or whatever. Now I'm like, how do, yeah, it'd be a W, right? Or no. Fuck. I can't remember now. But anyway, forget that whole nonsense about vampires and how they pronounce W's and whatnot. Or V's, I guess, in this case. All right. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix? I totally forgot the question. I'm going to hit wrong. There we go. Autopilot. Exactly. That is what we are going to blame it on. It was autopilot all along. Wrong.
What?
Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again.
Order. You're in contempt of court. It's too late for vile claims. Judge sustained my objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma. Please don't vamp me. But I cannot. What? Miss Lotta Hart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again. But he is in contempt of court.
No, I am. See, I'm contempting still. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me.
Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately.
Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest.
Maya.
We stand for you. Thank you, Maya.
I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. I'm running out of time. I better find a contradiction in there or else. Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination.
I saw it clear as day. Also, this courtroom is bananas. I just wanted to say that right now. Y'all nuts. But anyway, so the man on the boat was Mr. Edgeworth.
That's it. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can find anything in that. But I can't squander Maya's efforts either.
I mean, isn't it the photo? Because that photo, all we've got is this. Like, this photo, you can't tell that that's Edgeworth from there. So how could she have? That's what we're using. Phew! It's always good when we see that bar go away. It's like, yes, we got it right.
Gotcha. Gotcha, Miss Hart.
What? You got what?
Look at this photograph. Does it make you laugh?
I'm going to keep using that joke as many times as I want. The photo I took?
The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart.
So?
This picture was taken with professional high-quality film, correct?
You wanted to make a G Gundam joke? Well, you know, it's been a while since I've seen G Gundam. What was the joke you were going to make? And X-Demon, yes. Look at this graph. I love it. I love those memes.
Yet, even it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Therefore, yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How?
I can't with that face when she makes it. She's like, "Nyeh."
Mr. Wright has a point.
Oh, have you seen? Yeah, okay. Yep, there you go. Nice. I like how we all had something there.
That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony, please. Yet now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Miss Hart.
That's right. Ooh, Karma admitted it. Karma's getting karma'd. What?
Could you see the defendant that night?
Of course. I said I could, and I meant I could.
Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting. I did it. I finally found a hole in Von Karma's carefully vague testimony.
Woo! You're right. It was cold. It was a cold night, and the fog was thick as grits. So once I was finished up setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem.
You used binoculars. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. This one better be good.
Yes, let's talk about that. The thickest grits part. So, how could you see, Edgeworth? Also, yes, Crowan. Nice. Now just hold your horses for a second, you hasty Yankees type, you hasty Yankee type, never find a gal where I'm from.
Defense attorneys have trouble with that as well. Nobody loves me.
Oh, that's not true, Phoenix. We all love you, especially Edgeworth. Okay.
Your camera.
Yeah, it's got an automatic.
That the issue here concerning with here, Miss Hart, seeing Mr. Edgeworth. The camera has nothing to do with this at all. Objection sustained. He's not letting her answer any of my questions.
Still, I brought my binoculars with me. I already said that, my bad.
Binoculars?
Yeah, binoculars.
Yesterday, you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct?
Well, yeah.
Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars for that?
My favorite lot of face.
I've got doubts about your camera, too.
Oh, hi, Starlight Necromancer. Welcome. Get her ass. Yeah, hello. We're certainly gonna try to make Lotta stop perjuring, because that's what they do on the witness stand a lot of the time. Whether on purpose or accidentally, they perjure.
I've got doubts about your camera too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers? The camera is irrelevant to this case. You can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright, is the camera really relevant to this case? Really, really relevant? Are you really sure? If you believe that it is, you may continue with this line of questioning.
So actually, Starlight Necromancer, your comment about your understanding of the series is just objection. That was actually my understanding of it for a while too. I had seen memes, I'd seen the picture of him pointing and saying objection for a long, long time, and I'd never played the games until about a year ago, where I played all 3 of them. And it's so good. It's so good. So if this is your first time seeing the game being played, I hope that you have fun. Oh, you started watching the anime? Yeah, the anime is really fun. I loved it. I thought they did a great job, and the music is awesome. Love the opening theme songs, especially the first and the second one. But anyway. Let's see. Oh, so you've been watching the New London one. So yeah, that's the newest game. We have it. So eventually, Ergo and I will be playing it. I don't know if we're going to play it separately or if we're going to play it together, but I know we will play it eventually. We have it on Steam, so we just wanted to... I think we wanted to finish our current playthrough of the Miles investigations and then the Justice for All, I think. I forget the title of it, but it's Spirit of Justice. It's something like that. We wanted to finish all the Phoenix games and Apollo games before we started the newest one. Yet everyone I've seen so far straight tripping. Nice. We were actually talking earlier in the stream about how people in this game are quite attractive. So, oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That the main character in the new one is nice on the eyes. All right, but here. Oh, so Judge, hope you don't mind. We were having a chat about attractive people and whatnot.
But know this. If you find nothing with this, there will be consequences. Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to press further about the camera?
But if I was like, nah, I don't wanna. Of course we gotta.
This is make it or break it time. For Maya. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Wow, maybe I went a little overboard there. Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera.
Yeah, I hear you. The camera was set up to take pictures of a meteor shower.
Miss Hart, what made you choose that lake to photograph meteors? The fog gets thick on the lake. It's not very suited to stargazing.
Well, yeah, I guess I wasn't thinking too straight.
I've been there, Lotta, I get it.
Mr. Wright, I will not have you battering my witness because of a challenged intellect.
Oh my god, Von Karma, jeez. Now wait a minute.
Continue your testimony. You were saying how it was that you saw Edgeworth. No unnecessary comments, please.
When I heard that noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. There.
If there was a heavy fog, how would binoculars change that at all?
Well, what do you mean?
Even binoculars can't see through fog, but you say you clearly saw him.
I did, yeah.
Enough! There is no room for doubt in her testimony. She sounded pretty doubtful to me, but I have to find a clear contradiction first. I don't care how many Von Karma objections I get. I'm gonna find a hole in this testimony if it's the last thing I do.
You're right. It was cold. Oh, blah, blah, blah. We already said that stuff. And we already pressed it all, too. So let's see. finished setting up the camera, got back in the car, the camera was set up to take meteor shower pictures. Now, this was new. This was added. And usually in this game, how that works is when you get new stuff, it's what you're going to have to present on. So more likely than not, this is the one we need, but what is the evidence that we need to present? I'm not sure. It might be the camera in this instance, because again, I think we're trying to prove that she wasn't out on the lake to, just kind of look for the stars that she claims to be out there for. So this camera is set to detect loud noises. And that wouldn't really make sense for that. Let's give it a try. Yes! Okay, we got it.
You were photographing shooting stars, huh? That's a lie.
Says who?
Says me. I saw the camera you set up yesterday. Remember? I used that party popper and you got all party pooped, you know? It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point a camera upwards to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart.
I went a bit of a different direction than I thought, but that still is valid. Oof! I can't get over that face. Every time I see it, it gets me.
Mr. Wright, what are you driving at?
Right, Crowan? She's so busted. We got your perjury now, dude.
The witness was not on the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor. Well then, what exactly was she photographing? Or photographing?
I think we know.
Your Honor, take a look at this, Miss Hart.
Was trying to take a picture of this.
Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph. A newspaper!
No.
What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy? Sighting at Gourd Lake. Well, Miss Hart?
I've never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's say you prove that I was down at the lake trying to photograph this Gordy.
I have it. Proof. Intriguing. Very well, let's see it. No joking around this time. What is proof that the witness was trying to photograph Gordy, the lake monster?
Well, again, wouldn't it be the camera? Because it's set to take loud noises, right? Oh, wait. Would it actually be the newspaper again? Hang on. No. There was something... What was it? There was something that we have that mentioned the sound. Was it this? I feel like it was this. Because, yeah, when they were reading it aloud before it said it. I'm going to try it again. I know we just used it. But, is this it? Yeah, okay, there you go.
The proof is in this article about Gordy the lake monster.
Ugh.
According to this article, when Gordy breaks through the water, it makes a loud noise. Which is why you set up your camera with that microphone. You had it set to respond to loud noises. And that's how you got this picture when the pistol fired. Order! Order! I see. I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart? You were camping there to try and take a photo of Gordy, weren't you?
Yeah, not bad. Aren't you lawyers that smart? So smart, boy, I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what?
Huh?
That don't change what I saw, does it?
Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than that of the witness is an idiot who think monsters exist. Like vampires, we don't exist, we're not real, ha ha.
Hey!
But as she so succinctly said, so what? It changes nothing. Not true. You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason, I know it. But what could it have been? Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Miss Hart, why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy in the court? Please revise your testimony.
Right, fine, I'll testify. I won't change nothing, though. Or it won't change nothing, though.
Something will change. It has to. And I'm going to spot it. We're not real. Cross-examine him. That's right. When Karma made an insinuation, we should cross-examine him. Okay. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university. Sorry, I'm just so full of perjury. I lied. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard that bang, I looked right straight out the lake. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. That's when I saw a flash near one of the men's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at that boat the whole time, crossed my heart and hoped to fry. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. The witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research student or a photographer makes no bearing on this case. There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination. I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness. Your Honor, don't let the vampire confuse you. Aunt Karma's up to something. I know it. He's trying to control his mind. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because... Why? Is there a contradiction? Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. You seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind. That would be a first. Very funny. You understand that the ace is your last chance. I was trying to do that. The Dracula. Your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright. If there is no problem with the testimony this time, we will not let the witness leave.
So let's see, Starlight Necromancer. You're saying, ever wonder how lawyers get into these arguments in court without getting visibly upset? Right, yeah, you know? There's a lot of emotions flying around in this game, but like in real courts, yeah, man. I don't know though if they have quite some of the crazy absurd stuff that happens in the Ace Attorney series. I won't say, but later on there's a particular thing that happens that is very unusual for a court system.
I'll announce my verdict at the time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, there's a new testimony. Do what we usually do. Let's press. But Karma can bite my butt, even if it turns me into a vampire. Doesn't care. Then what manner of person are you? I'm not sure I'm a highfalutin enough to be called a manner of anything. Let's see. So you're saying, don't talk to my boss when working this. Right? No, I feel you. I'm not confrontational whatsoever, so I wouldn't be able to like get emotional like this with anybody that I work with. Like, not to this degree for sure. So it is always very interesting, like you said, in court dramas where people are getting really intense, and that's part of their job. It is kind of wild, you know? Okay, so investigative photographer. No problem, X-Demon. We're almost done for the night anyway, so you probably won't miss too much more, because we're just going to finish off with this trial, and I think we're getting towards the end of it, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah. Go to bed. Wow, it's 7 a.m. where you are right now? Oh my goodness, yes. Go to sleep. I know that night owl life all too well. So, get some rest, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay? Thanks for joining in with the stream for as long as you were able to. So the investigative reporter, or photographer. Yep, you get your photo and sell it to the press. It's that kind of business. Hey, I was taking pictures at my sister's graduation last year, and guess what?
What?
There was a UFO. A UFO. It took me a second to realize what she was trying to say there. Just a hanging in the sky.
A UFO?
You know, an unidentified flying object. A UFO. That's when I heard some sort of revelation. Had some sort of revelation. I knew I should become an investigative photographer.
I see. Kind of a shaky bias, or basis for a career.
Okay, imagine the scoop.
Is Gourdy really all that newsworthy?
Heck yeah! They even had him up on the TV!
I'm not sure that appearing on the local news Rumor of the Month segment qualifies. Last month's segment was Bigfoot sighted in Acorn Hill. Oh, on Acorn Hill. I thought it said Bigfoot sighted an acorn. Oh, that's funny. Anyway.
Hi! They also had a picture of him in the newspaper. For real!
Mr. Wright, this is one fight I do not believe you can win. Let's keep moving, shall we? Yes, Your Honor.
That's why I was camping. Oh, yeah, we already did that? Okay.
That's why you put the automatic sensor on your camera.
Yep, borrowed it from a university professor. It analyzes every sound it picks up, and when it does, it gets a bang.
It snaps a shot.
Yep.
So how many pictures has it taken so far?
The only time the camera triggered was that night. But that's all I was hiding.
I think it's time you told us why you felt you had to hide your true purpose at the lake.
Heck, if word got out what I was up to, the lake would be swarming with competitors.
Competitors?
Yeah, second-rate sugar bugs trying to steal my scoop.
Ah, is that the only reason you were hiding the truth?
Well, actually.
Mr. Wright, I will not have you asking questions with no relevance to this case. Whatever you say, Von Karma, I know you told her to keep it quiet.
When I heard that, when I heard that.
Exactly what sort of sound was it?
Well, I never heard one before, so I can't say for sure, but it sounded like a gunshot. It was a lot sharper a sound than I would have expected.
There wasn't much else to look at.
Yep.
I don't know. If she heard a bang and she thought Gordy was out there, I kinda doubt she'd waste any time looking at a boat.
What did I do now? What do you give me that look for?
Definitely suspicious. Maybe it's time for some evidence. Witness, continue.
Hold your hush, puppies, Pops. I'm getting there. I love Lotta. I love that she can talk to Von Karma that way. It's great. And here, just to finish it off completely, let's present here too. Or not present, press.
Was there nothing on the lake but the boat at that time?
Huh? Wait, so you're thinking maybe he was shot from some other place? I don't think so. Nope. The lake was smooth as glass and nobody was on the shore neither.
I better find some sort of contradiction in this testimony. Won't be able to beat Von Karma any other way. There has to be something.
Okay, so let's see. Phoenix was saying something seems suspicious. Boat, splashing in his hand, handshot. Let's just look at the boat the whole time. Hang on. Was it this one that he said it to, or the other one? Because that would be the one that we probably should present on. Okay, so it's the next one. Okay. It should be this one. So what are we going to present? There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched the boat the whole time. Well, I know we're talking about how she wanted to photograph Gordy. So, he's thinking, okay, she would have been out there if, she really was paying attention. She heard this bang and she was looking out at the boat. Why would she be looking at the boat? She'd be trying to find Gordy, so she wouldn't have really seen anything. So we're trying to prove that. Would it be the camera or the newspaper? So I feel like it might be either of those. We've used the newspaper a lot. I'm gonna go for it. We're gonna see. Yeah, it disappeared. We got it. There we go.
Miss Hart, were you really looking at that boat?
What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. It was the only thing out there. A normal person be looking at it.
I agree. Oh God, I knew that was coming. Any normal person would. But you are far from normal.
What? Y'all want to step over here and say that? And thank you, Crow, and I appreciate it. I don't know if it's good instincts versus maybe good-ish memory, because I have played this game before, but again, my memory is a little shaky on some things. Some of the stuff I remember, some of it I don't. I learned what save scumming is because of this series. I'm actually not sure what that means myself, so maybe you can educate me. I have no idea what that means.
You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any sign of Gordy, that's what.
That's what the folks I watched called it. Were they like saving a lot right beforehand, or they didn't want to save? Oh, yes. Okay, yep. Okay, so yeah, I do usually do that a lot. I do tend to save often because I'm not always so certain. But on that one, I was like, it's either one, so I don't mind losing a little bit of points. But yeah, nah, my husband and I are usually a little careful, so I guess we save scum it sometimes too. But this time I didn't have to do that. You won't give the boat a second thought. Ah! Again, great lot of face. So beautiful.
Order! Continue, Mr. Wright. You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. Well?
Well, now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all.
Miss Hart, are you saying that you were not watching the boat?
Yeah, sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I just exaggerated. I thought, I could be a witness to a murder and all. Kind of got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat until now.
This is totally uncalled for.
But hey, you got the photograph. You got the proof.
Huh? Still, we can't see who's shooting this.
Right. That's why I took this photo in.
Witness, that's enough.
I almost forgot Von Karma was here.
You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole.
Gosh, Von Karma. Shut my what? Lana is about to, leave this stand and start fighting some people. Start lassoing them up.
Now, what was she going to say? She took the photo and what? Wait a second. She even had a photograph to prove it. But you really can't tell from the photo who was shooting. That's why she said she was going to enlarge the photo. She said, I'll drop it, or it'll drop quality, it might, but it should let us see who's who. She enlarged that photo. Why won't Von Karma let her show it? I've got a hunch. I bet that enlarged photo shows something bad for Von Karma. This is my chance. If I'm wrong, it'll mean prison for Edgeworth, or worse.
Right, Starlight Necromancer? Absolutely. Can you imagine, being in a court and the, on the witness stand, somebody leaps up and starts fighting? That would be rad. I would think that'd be pretty interesting. It would be pretty fun. Well, if it was in a game like this, it'd be super fun. If it happened in real life, I mean, depending, as long as nobody got hurt, then yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to hear about, that's for sure. All right. Make her show the enlargement. So let's see if we can get her to do it.
Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not?
Yeah, I did.
Why has that enlargement not been presented to the court? Because it does not exist.
Oh gosh, I went southern there. My bad. What are y'all talking about? You were the one who told me not to show it in court in the first place. You old fool! Oh gosh, yeah, there was actually an instance of a judge and a lawyer fighting in court. They got into an argument and took it outside. Judge whooped him. Whoa! I might have to look that up later. See, now I just want this judge to do that. Although, knowing how he is, his temperament and personality, I don't know if I could ever see him doing that. I don't know. But that is interesting to know that actually happens sometime.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Von Karma? Miss Hart, show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement. The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence. Objection denied.
Oh! Yes! We're finally done on him.
The witness will show the enlargement to the court.
Here it is.
Look at that. Ain't that cool? Ain't that nifty?
We still cannot see who is firing this.
Not in my house. All I can think of is Dikembe when I see that. I'm like, no, 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 not in my house. That's all I think of when I see that phrase now.
It could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. Regardless, I'll accept this as evidence.
Mood. Happy now, Mr. Wright. There has to be something. You asked for the enlargement. You got the enlargement. Ha ha ha. And little Gourd it has done for any of us. And that's why I request that she not show it.
I suppose this means the cross-examination is over, obviously. Then I would like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lauderhart.
And none too soon. That was a flagrant waste of my time.
Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add?
I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required?
Nothing, of course. Then I believe it is time for me to declare my verdict.
Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. There has to be a clue in this photo somewhere. This is bad, real bad. What should I do? Object to the enlargement? Let's see. Your Honor, there is something decidedly strange with this enlargement.
What that not? Sorry, I lost my mind for a second there. Whatever could it be, Mr. Wright? You will show the court what you mean. What about this photo is strange?
Okay, here goes nothing. I'll show the judge what's strange about this photo. Okay, so I remember it has to do with the hand. I'm almost certain. Take our chances. Yeah, okay, we got it. I remembered right.
Here, Your Honor. The shooter? I'm not sure I understand about what the shooter is strange.
Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor.
The hand?
The hand! It's like the lid, the hand. That hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This man's left hand.
This man's left hand does what?
Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence that left hand contradicts. That's this one, right? Right hand, yeah, baby! The evidence is clear. It's a right-handed gun! Nice, Crowan, nice. The man in the photograph is holding that pistol in his left hand. However, the prints on the murder weapon were fired from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo. Oh, Phoenix is calling you again, Ergo. The man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Bum, bum, bum.
Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene this court of law.
There you go, Ergo. You might be a little late. I don't know if Phoenix needs you anymore.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired the pistol that night. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim?
This reminds me, because I think I mentioned it before in a different video, but Jello-Ocalypse, I think is how you pronounce the name. He's a YouTuber, and he has like a video series called This Is Basically, and he has one for Ace Attorney, and there's a bit that they make fun of in here, or well, just in general throughout the games, where it's not so much that we have to prove that our client didn't do it, but we have to make sure that somebody else is guilty, because otherwise it doesn't count. You know, because like there's one of my favorite lines to quote from that is this really exaggerated voice of a character that they do in the video where the guy goes, Or, well, because Phoenix says, like, yeah, no, my client's a baby. He didn't do it. And then the other voice is like, but can you disprove it? But what if? So yeah, it's always something really funny about this series, is that it's not enough just to say, oh no, this guy didn't do this part. We have to make sure that we get the actual guilty party. Otherwise it doesn't count.
As we have seen, there was no other people on the lake that night. But who but the defendant could have shot the victim?
Miss Hart could have! Victim himself. Larry. I mean, Edgeworth did say that. Are we gonna put Miss Hart under there? No, we would. No, I don't think even we would do that for this. Let's do that.
There was only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself. Dun dun dun. Order! Order! So you're saying that the victim committed suicide? Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation. Indeed, it does seem to be the only remaining option. That, or consider this, Gordy. I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. But suicide is out of the question. What? An examination of the victim's womb reveals the distance at which he was shot. The distance? The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away. A meteor? Or a meter! A meteor! Oh gosh, look out! A meter, that's 3 feet.
Good job, Phoenix. It is.
There is no way it could have been suicide. Order! Order! Mr. Von Karma, are you sure of the accuracy of your data? Of course. I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see. I see. Very well, allow me to state my opinion. This is all whack. Considering the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun reveal that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. We're at an impasse. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. The court orders the defense and the prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. That is all. This court is adjourned. Phew, that was a close one. Hey, don't you have anything to say? No, I have yet to be declared innocent, Wright. Well, yeah, but...
Yeah, Crowan, I like your approach. Yeah, we did it! Edgeworth over here being all like, Right, yeah, true, Crowan. For now.
What happened out there out in the lake anyway? If he didn't commit suicide, then who? The shooter was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him. I was just kidding around. Look, I'm going to go and check on Maya. Oh, right. What? Tell her something for me. What?
Oh, Edgy, are you about to be a soft boy again?
Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all.
Would it kill you to just state how you really feel with a thanks, Edgeworth? Aw, no problem. We're basically done for the night anyway, so you last until the end of the trial, and we're gonna be leaving it out here now anyway. So I hope you have a good rest of the night, Crowan. Go brush those teeth and head to bed. Thank you so much for watching the stream. I appreciate it. But you have a great rest of the night. Sleep well, okay? So let's just finish this last bit in. I think it's just going to be these 2 slides. Or 2 or 3. I requisition, or oh gosh, I cannot read today. Requisitioned a transcript of Lotta's entire testimony. I cannot say whether or not I pronounced that correctly. I thought it might give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Of course, she didn't see the shooter, so the only part of her testimony that stood was the bang she heard. To be continued. Right, Crowan. I'm also glad that nobody got vamped. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. Well, we'll see. Nobody got vamped yet. So we'll see. I might do Phoenix again next time. We might go back to Ni no Kuni. Actually, I know that on Wednesday, I think, I wanted to do Skullgirls. So we're definitely going to be looking at a different game in the next stream. But when I come back to a long series game, it's either going to be Phoenix or it's going to be Ni no Kuni. So we'll see. But either way, thanks to everybody who came today. Thank you, Crowan. Thank you, Starlight Necromancer, X-Demon. And Batman, I know, came in for a little bit. And oh gosh, I forget, but there was somebody's name in the chat. It was like Bug something. I'm so sorry, I can't remember your name currently. But I appreciate it. And we had a couple follows today too, so that was pretty cool. So thank you, X-Demon, for following. And I think we had another one follow too. Oh no, that was Super Eyes from before. But yeah, before we sign off, let's do a quick raid. I'm gonna go ahead and raid someone real quick. So if anyone is still on, don't leave just yet. Stick around for the raid. We'll see who's online. Ergo's going to be helping me with that.
Raid, one of our siblings, Soul Silhouette.
Yeah. Soul Silhouette. Okay, so I've been told by Ergo, because we have to use a different computer to do it at the moment. We're going to be raiding them. Oop, it's not letting me do it yet. Okay, there we go. Now we can. Yay!